Chapter 23:17. P.S. Reboot 99, Sir D.I. Duo's new book. I welcome everyone's support. The grand membrane of heaven and earth was established. With the support of almost 40 demigods, the power of the membrane was many times stronger than the normal operation of the membrane. The monarch's heaven and earth formation was established. It was within the grand membrane of heaven and earth. Almost 2,000 monarchs would provide the formation with an endless supply of magical energy. This was something that mortals could not see. Every city's barrier was established. 1,000 feet above the tens of thousands of cities, large and small, tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators were displaying their strengths. They were the most powerful guardian deities that mortals could see. The Jin Dan's formation was established. Although the protection was limited and the range was limited, in every city, every square, every house, it was clearly visible and within reach. The foundation establishment cultivators had used all their means. It could be an instrument, a talisman, or an air shield. It could not hide many people, but they were the most flexible tent. Even mortals could clearly feel the changes around them. It was not just the tense atmosphere, but also some practical feelings. They could feel their bodies becoming heavier, which was a subtle change in gravity. They could feel that the clouds in the sky were rapidly surging in the same direction, which was caused by the deflection of the 5 rings under the immense inertia. The birds and beasts seemed to have realized something and hid in their nests one after another. When the 5 rings continent changed the rhythm of its operation for millions of years, all living things realized the great danger after this chain. But they did not have wings and could not leave this cage. But fortunately, those who had the ability to leave did not give up on them. It is our fortune to be born in such a galaxy. Qing Xian was a little melancholy, because he could have done more for this hero's domain. But we have not done enough for it. I've always thought that among the 4 of us, little Yi is the most unreliable and irresponsible one. But now it seems that I was wrong. He may be the one who likes to joke the most, but he is also the most responsible. When he is needed, he will always be at the most appropriate position. A group of people stood outside the grand membrane of heaven and earth, facing the direction of the white hole. It was as if they were standing on the bow of a huge ship, looking at a towering iceberg that was getting closer and closer. At this time, they had already lost the helm. In their eyes, the white hole was already right in front of them. They could even see the tiny energy swirls inside clearly. The intense rays of light hit the membrane of heaven and earth, only to be broken down and absorbed by the supreme defense system of the world of cultivators. For the time being, these energy rays would not pose a threat to the living beings in the domain. The grand membrane of heaven and earth could completely deal with them. However, this was only the beginning. The real outcome would be revealed when the white hole and the black hole came into direct contact. This was the final test to see if their 5-layered defense system was sturdy or not. Less than 3 days, less than 30 hours. We are going to collide with this monster of nature. I've lived for more than 5,000 years, but I never thought that there would be a day where I would stand on my own celestial body and watch it collide with the most bizarre phenomenon in the universe. Qing Yangzi sighed. Not only him, but also his old friends. Who would have thought that in their magnificent lives, they would encounter such a miraculous scene? Guan Du also sighed. I've lived for more than 5,000 years, and I've never encountered such a predicament. From the moment I learned the sword technique, I didn't even have the chance to use my sword when facing an enemy that threatened me. A swordsman can't give the last moment of his life to his flying sword. How can others endure this? Chang Jin's eyes were clear. I've lived for 6,000 years, the 2 old friends beside him said in unison, less than 6,000 years. And your urine is yellow only because you soaked in yellow eagle wine all day long. Chang Jin laughed. More or less. If you keep the land, you lose the people. If you keep the people, you lose the land. I thought this was a very simple concept, but now I understand that in human emotions, it's not as good as the hot-blooded impulse to stake everything on a single throw. Tell me, if the worst-case scenario really happens, how will the history of cultivators in the future evaluate our collision? Will they feel the unity of the people of the 5 rings and not give up? Or will they laugh at the stupidity of the people of the 5 rings? No one answered, because they all knew that it must be the latter. This was the truth of the cultivation world. Shishi also opened his mouth. I've lived for 3,000 years. Seeing the three old people looking at him with disdain, he smiled and changed his words. Although I'm still young, elders, shouldn't we consider more realistic things now? There are less than 3 days left. The white hole's transformation into a black hole doesn't show any signs of stopping. If little ye can't stop this transformation in the end, this is very normal for a half-immortal. I've never heard of a half-immortal from the main world being able to change the laws of an active cave image. If it doesn't change, the white hole will still become a black hole. Then, wouldn't everything we've done be meaningless? This was a very realistic and heart-wrenching assumption, and it was also an assumption with a very high probability. If it really turned into a black hole, only God knew what would happen after the defense of the 5 rings was completely swallowed into the strange and unpredictable wormhole. The atmosphere would definitely be stripped away, and then whether or not they could defend against the rays would be meaningless. All the mortals would soon die, and then it would be the Foundation establishment Jindan. It was unknown how long perfected Yuanying could last. Only the half-immortals theoretically had a glimmer of hope to survive. In other words, if Lu Xiaoyi didn't do what he should before the 5 rings crashed into the cave image, everyone actually had another choice: give up on the mortals, and the cultivators could leave on their own. This also meant that apart from Lu Xiaoyi, who had already entered, the rest of the 5 rings cultivators wouldn't die. They could also take away a large number of reserve seeds. If they changed realms, they might be able to make a comeback. The new era was coming, and who didn't want to see it clearly? Shishi gathered his courage. I want to know, do you have such a backup plan? Strictly speaking, it wasn't that Shishi was afraid of death, but that there was indeed another option. He definitely wasn't the only one who had considered this option. Every cultivator, regardless of their realm, had probably considered it, but he had the courage to say it out loud. It was difficult for others to answer such a statement, except for the supreme Chang Jin. He stared hatefully at the disciple he was most proud of, and his heart was filled with disappointment. Among the 4 ancient arts of the interior, he didn't expect that his supreme origin, Shishi, was the worst when it came to state of mind. Yang Cheng saw that there was something wrong with his expression and explained, Senior, what Senior Shishi meant was that we, the half-immortals, might be able to pass through the cave images alive. As for the others, Senior brother can't bear to see you like this. Chapter 23:18. Chang Jin was not courteous at all. Then why didn't you say anything, Xiao Yi? Qing Xian didn't say anything either. Xiao Yi didn't even need to mention, he went in long ago. Don't think we don't know, even if dozens of you went in, it's hard to say how many of you could survive. Once the old man's temper flared up, no one could stop him. He had the right to do so, because the disciple in front of him was personally taught by him. You're just afraid of death. Don't give me any other high-sounding reasons. All right, then let me ask you. When is the most suitable time to make the decision? How many hours earlier is the most suitable time? If it's too early, we'll all run away. What if Xiao Yi did it in the end? Cave images will change very quickly. This is something everyone knows. Then, the bounded domain will still be there, but everyone will die. If it's too late, how many can run away? How should we explain to those little cultivators in the city, in the square, and on the street who gave their all? Tell them not to care about their family and friends, to reincarnate into a good body in the next life, and not to be a person of the 5th ring? There's no backup plan. Because it's long past the time when the plan can be carried out smoothly. We only have one plan, which is to believe in Xiao Yi, and then fight to the death with this damn cave image. Qing Yangzi interrupted, Old friend, you've lost your composure. Allowing people to raise different opinions doesn't mean that the young people are afraid. These are 2 different things. The direction of a bounded domain will definitely have different opinions. Only then can you constantly correct yourself in the process of moving forward, and not be impulsive, and everyone has to follow you. Daring to raise different opinions shows that they've grown up, and have the consciousness to think independently. Don't think that others haven't raised similar opinions. Qing Xian has already told me, just not in front of everyone like Shishi. Guandu was even more direct, you're already so old, and you claim to have lived for 6,000 years, yet you're still so impatient, who else but you? Let me tell you, this is only because Xiao Yi isn't here. If he was, everyone would have already split up and gone their separate ways. Such an atmosphere indeed made people restless, but Chang Jin's loss of composure was not only because of Shi, but also because of his future path, and more because of the exterior heaven half-immortals beside him. He couldn't give any advice to those old half-immortals who were older than him. If these old half-immortals asked him this question, how should he answer? Could he still be so resolute and decisive? Thus, he could only use his personal disciple as an example to warn the others. On the surface, he was scolding Shi, but in fact, he was scolding those old half-immortals. Of course, Qing Xian had never mentioned such a plan to Qing Yangzi. No matter how unreliable Lu Xiaoyi was, it was impossible for him to break up his business. He was also saying this for the old half-immortals to hear. He was giving everyone a way out. In the face of life and death, there was no difference between nobility and lowliness. Since they were living beings, who didn't fear death and wanted to live. If everyone had one, there would be no need to feel ashamed. Even at the last moment, the three old men were still using their life experiences to teach everyone a lesson. Naturally, many half-immortals were able to see through this. For example, a supreme half-immortal didn't say anything, but he glared at his disciple fiercely and said, "Damn it, you even dare to insult your master?" Qing Xian sighed. In the group of 5 rings half-immortals, his position was second only to Lu Xiaoyi. If we plan now, not only will it be too hasty, it will also cause the entire 5 rings to lose their spirit. And just like what Senior Chang Jin said, we can't decide on a time to make a decision. We can't do it early, and we can't do it late. Instead of being in a dilemma, we might as well stake it all on one throw. I have known Xiaoyi for almost 3,000 years, and he has never failed in important matters. Therefore, everyone should do their part well. This is the best way to get through this crisis. I firmly believe that the 5 rings will not die. Otherwise, Li Wuya would have reminded us to move 20,000 years ago. This last sentence was truly a reassuring pill. Even though he had been gone for 20,000 years, Li Wuya's reputation was still at its peak. That's right, how could a Deluo golden immortal who was able to go down to the lower realm 20,000 years ago and single-handedly trigger the change of the entire universe not see the danger in his own realm? Everyone became very confident. Only Yang Tu sighed in her heart. She was very clear that Li Wuya would not see so far ahead, because he would never put himself in the role of a nanny. If I have the ability, I will be happy. If you don't have the ability, then you deserve it. However, there are talents in every generation, and each of them will lead the world for thousands of years. In this era of change, countless monsters appeared out of nowhere. Qing Xian was one of them. Not to mention other things, just by looking at his methods of turning a deer into a horse, and using the tiger's skin as a banner, he was definitely an influential figure. What about me? Bu Lian smiled bitterly as she came back to life. After reincarnating for so many years, she was actually still her, the simple her. There was nothing wrong with watching the monsters stir up trouble. As for the 5 rings disaster this time, she did not care. It was just adding a magnificent stroke to Lu Xiaoyi's resume. He would definitely stop the cave image, and the 5 rings would definitely be able to break through. Because she knew too well that what Xiaoyi had always been thinking about was that his legend in the future would not suddenly be abandoned. No more nonsense, everyone quietly looked at the cave image that was getting closer and closer, waiting for the flip of the cards when the collision happened. No one had experience in this area. An individual cultivator passing through a cave image and a huge realm passing through a cave image were 2 different concepts. Under the size, how much of an interference would it have on the stability of the cave image's energy field? If the cave image's energy field collapsed into disorder, how much of an impact would it have on the realm's atmosphere, spirit veins, young realms, and vitality magnetic field? These were all impossible to calculate. There was no conclusion. It was an unknown journey. Time passed by like a year. Surprisingly, as they got closer to the white hole, things seemed to be developing on the positive side. Although everyone could feel that the cave image's transformation was close at hand, it was dragging on and not transforming, making people involuntarily fantasize. Could it be that the cave image would only begin to transform after the 5 rings passed through the white hole? Maybe this was a joke played by nature. Could it be that Lu Xiaoyi played a role in delaying the process? As long as the cave image did not change its nature during the transmigration and did not turn into a black hole, then the 5 rings could be safe. Hope quietly grew in the hearts of the 5 rings cultivators. If they could live, who would be willing to die? On the eve of the arrival of the new era, before the new world lifted its veil, there were still 40 hours left. The interior of the white hole was still violently churning, but its basic nature had not changed. There were only 20 hours left. It was still the same as it was on the verge of transformation. There were already some perfected lords who were not steady enough, who could not suppress their ecstasy. To them, as long as they could break through, even if they had to pay a price, it was acceptable. There were still 6 hours left. The cave image that was already within reach suddenly changed. The once bright mushroom cloud vortex disappeared and rapidly began to transform into a pitch-black, bottomless hole. More and more black dots appeared, gathering and growing larger. The cave image's nature had changed. At the last moment, the heavenly Tao had chosen to abandon them. Chapter 23:19. There was no time in the mountains, but there was also no time in the caves. Lu Xiaoyi liked caves, but he never thought that he would have to return to the furnace in a cave ever since he was born. The cosmic cave image was the most unpredictable, mysterious, surging, and unfathomable of all the astronomical phenomena in the universe. The cultivation world had existed for millions of years, but no cultivator had studied the cosmic cave image thoroughly. All of them were just superficial and general discussions. The first reason was the ability, the second reason was the danger of the cosmic cave image, and the third reason was that studying it was of no practical help to cultivators. Even for someone as studious as Lu Xiaoyi, if he wasn't forced to this point, he would never have thought of studying the cosmic cave image. But this time, he couldn't avoid it. After entering the wormhole, he spent some time to find a balance point between the white hole and black hole. He stopped there, which was also the key point for him to change or stop the transformation of the cosmic cave image. From then on, he began to devour the Tao realm to seek resonance with the 3 Tao realms of the black hole, white hole, and wormhole. This was why he dared to barge in so confidently. But soon, he realized that regardless of the Tao realm's power, the first problem he faced here was how to survive. To be precise, he had to let his body adapt to the energy field here. Otherwise, his body would have been killed by the intense radiation before the Tao realm resonated, and all his cells would lose their original vitality. To him, from the moment he entered the white hole, he had been using his own elemental energy to resist the radiation that was everywhere around him. The deeper he went, the stronger the radiation, and the more elemental energy he had to use to protect his life. At this point, the radiation level had almost reached the limit he could withstand. The problem was, if he used all his elemental energy to resist the radiation, how much energy would he have left to activate the Tao realm to affect the black hole and white hole? To solve the problem of the cosmic cave image transformation, he had to let his body adapt to the environment here without much elemental energy. This was the deeper reason why he began to transform his body after entering. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. It was even more impossible for them to transform their body to adapt here. The body was a treasure, but it was also the most intricate life form in the world. How could it be changed so easily? However, he could change it because he had already changed it once when he reached the nascent soul stage. His body had the foundation of the Tao realm of the small universe. However, in the 2000 years after he reached the nascent soul stage, he had never thought about this. Now, he had to move even if he didn't want to. His life was more important. He had never thought of changing his body in the midst of radiation. According to a certain memory, how many Röntgens had the radiation intensity reached? He was afraid that even wearing anti-radiation clothing would not be able to withstand it. But now, he was using his physical body to withstand it. He did not lose any hair, nor did his organs fail. This was the superpower that cultivation brought to him. How do I change my body? Of course, he wouldn't choose to resist. The best method was to let nature take its course and transform his body into an insight image. Time was of the essence, and he didn't have the time to think about it. He instinctively made a choice. He changed his mouth to the direction of the black hole that could only be entered and not exited. His esophagus and intestines worked towards the direction of the wormhole. As for the white hole that could only be exited and not entered, he could only use the astral gate to replace it. Could he find a more suitable part on his body? If such a change was successful in the future, it was hard for him to imagine what kind of freak his Dharma power would become. "I'll swallow you whole. I'll blow you up with my fart." It seemed very cool too. He was forced to do it. Just the transformation of his body alone took him nearly 2 months. Of course, this process was also a process of familiarizing himself with the insight image. It didn't seem excessive. When the transformation of his body was successful, he, who had transformed into a small insight image, no longer needed the support of elemental energy to resist the radiation. This was because he himself was the source of the radiation. Thus, he could free up all his elemental energy to control the devouring Tao realm and add it to the ongoing transformation of the insight image. Because his body was compatible with the environment, the entire insight image was one. The black hole, white hole, and wormhole, all the changes were under his control. However, control did not equate to control. In terms of mechanism, he was sure that he could control this process. He only needed to slow down its progress. It didn't matter what it became after the fifth ring's domain passed through. Although he didn't know the situation outside and the fifth ring's response, he wasn't worried about this. There were countless knowledgeable supremes on the fifth ring and the 3 old foxes. Any slight change in the domain's course would not be hidden from them. What he needed to do was to prevent the white hole from turning into a black hole when the fifth ring passed through. It didn't sound difficult, and it wasn't difficult in theory. However, the difficulty lay in his cultivation. It lay in the energy of the Tao realm that he could mobilize. Of course, it wasn't difficult to use a river to influence a river. However, if he wanted to influence a sea, it was wishful thinking. The insight image that he was in was a trinity. In terms of mass energy, it was far beyond his ability. Not to mention him, even if all the elemental energy of the fifth ring's half-immortals were added together, they wouldn't be able to contend against such a large-scale cosmic phenomenon. They weren't even on the same level. It was impossible to reverse or stop it. It was also very difficult to delay or stop it. The insight image moved firmly in its original direction with a fixed pace unique to natural astronomical phenomena. It was like the arrival of a new era, majestic and unstoppable. There wasn't much time left. Lu Xiaoyi estimated that the fifth ring would arrive within a month. If he couldn't do it, his own safety didn't matter. However, he wouldn't be able to see the 10 billion people on the fifth ring and the cultivators who were bound to live and die with the domain. He could even imagine the 3 old fellows and Qing Xian standing at the forefront of the fifth ring, their faces filled with unwavering determination. It was very silly. However, if it was him, he would do the same. He would immerse his mind in the insight image, search for every possibility and try them one by one. He would constantly fail and adjust. Even temporary setbacks couldn't stop his firm confidence. After cultivating for 3,000 years, if he had to talk about what kind of temperament he had cultivated, it would only be one: indomitable. Time passed by mercilessly. It didn't slow down because of his hopes. After trying many methods and failing, he decided to stake it all on one throw. It couldn't be reversed. It couldn't be delayed. Everything was destined. Then, let nature take its course. Let the changes happen naturally. Let him see if he could add anything to it. There were 4 holes in the universe. Among them, the black hole, white hole, and wormhole were a set of 3. However, there was another type of hole, called the gray hole. The gray hole was the result of a star failing to transform into a black hole. During the process of transforming from a star to a black hole, if the star's radius couldn't compress to the extent of a black hole, it would form a gray hole. Chapter 2320. A star would only become a black hole after being compressed to a certain value. Anything could give up halfway. Then, a star might take a break after being compressed halfway. Therefore, it hadn't reached the standard of a black hole, so it was called a gray hole. Gray was lighter than black. A gray hole had some of the characteristics of a black hole and a white hole. It could absorb and spit out, but it wasn't as extreme as a black hole. It was a half-finished product, but it couldn't be said to be a defective product. Because in the long river of time, it could also become a black hole. I'm still on the way, that's roughly what it meant. What Lu Xiaoyi wanted to do was to keep it on the way. This was a dangerous gamble. He had tried countless times before finding a way to use the smallest amount of Tao state power to control the progress of the insight image. It was also his last resort. At the end of the day, he had overestimated the difficulty of trying to reverse the most terrifying and mysterious phenomenon in the universe all by himself. Although he already understood the core mechanism of the Tao state, it felt like he was always a little short. There was still one last layer of mystery left. Just like when you treat people to a meal, give them flowers, and send them endless love letters. But the insight image still persisted. It was easier to control the insight image, but it was even more difficult. The insight image continued to change according to the existing rules. Because he had a rough grasp of the insight image's mechanism, at the last moment, he also calculated the time when the white hole would transform into a black hole. It would be 20 hours later. At the same time, because there was a huge celestial body outside the white hole, it had a significant impact on the white hole's magnetic pole. This made him understand everything. The five-ring continent was approaching from the outside. The time of arrival was also exactly 20 hours later. Was this a coincidence? Yes. Also no. The five-ring continent, which was so far away and had traveled for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, arrived at the same time as the insight image's transformation. No one would believe it if you said it wasn't a coincidence. But it was indeed a coincidence. Because the creator had put the five-ring star's nucleus and the insight image's trinity together to operate. In other words, the proximity of the five-ring continent was one of the core reasons for the insight image's transformation. If the five-ring continent wasn't close, the white hole would always be a white hole. Similarly, the transformation of the insight image also determined that the five-ring continent would be close. Just like the north and south magnetic poles, they would eventually be attracted to each other. It was because he understood this that the insight image's insight image was finally revealed. He had found the source of the cave image's transformation. In that case, it was clear as day how to deal with it. There was no point in dealing with it in advance, and he couldn't do it either. However, when the five-ringed planet core crashed into the cave image, and several aspects intertwined to produce a chemical reaction, it might be the most intense stage, but it was also the moment he could take advantage of. What he needed to do now was to make preparations and change some things at the most crucial moment so that the transformation of the cave image would never be completed. The cave image trinity formed by the black hole, white hole, and wormhole would become a trinity formed by the two gray holes and wormhole, thereby achieving another dynamic balance. Now that he had a theory and a goal, all that was left was to fight. In Lu Xiaoyi's 3,000 years of cultivation, he had experienced such a scene too many times. It was so many times that he didn't feel any emotional fluctuations. It was as normal as eating and drinking. He was still in the mood to guess what kind of state the people on the fifth ring were in. Then, he suddenly realized that fifth ring cultivators could have other reactions as well. For example, leaving without a care. Even if the fifth ring was the domain of the long-tested heroes, it didn't mean that they would enter even if they knew it would lead to death. The most likely scenario was that they would leave a part of their power to bring out the seeds, and then on a voluntary basis, a part of the cultivators would live and die with the domain. It was unimaginable that a domain with 10 billion people and tens of millions of cultivators would go hand in hand to the Yellow Springs. Especially when he had placed his final control of the situation at the last stage. How much determination did it take to make such a scale of population to face death with equanimity? This was unrealistic. It was inhumane. Sacrifice must be meaningful. Meaningless sacrifice was stupid. If he was outside, if he knew that they were rushing towards a black hole, he wouldn't agree to do it for the sake of courage. Demigods might have a chance of survival, but those below the level of perfected Lord had no chance at all. He believed that if Qing Xian was outside, he wouldn't agree to such a life-and-death situation either. Because this had already broken away from the values of life and death. It was a helpless compromise. I have no choice, so I will die with everyone. Is that not wrong? This was not the philosophy of a real cultivator. The philosophy of a real cultivator was, I can't do anything this time, but I will preserve my body so that the same tragedy will not happen again. Sometimes, bravery and cowardice were only one step away. Bravery could also be a kind of irresponsible cowardice, but cowardice could also be a kind of bravery to endure humiliation. Philosophical questions were so brain-burning. In fact, the deciding factor was still whether you were afraid in the face of death. Should you be afraid? Of course, you should be afraid. Cultivators should always be in awe of the universe, and not be careless and unafraid of death. The jet flow in the wormhole had begun to become chaotic. It had changed from a one-way black hole to a white hole, but now the white hole also had jet radiation flowing towards the black hole. As time passed, this trend became more and more obvious. He could tell that when the jet flow of the black hole and white hole reached a balance, the addition of the fifth ring would completely break this fragile balance. Then, the white hole would become a black hole, and the black hole would become a white hole. During this change, his body also changed along with it. The transformation of his body was still continuing. This was the cornerstone to ensure that he could unleash his greatest power. Feeling the changes of the Trinity in the cave and adjusting the Trinity in the small universe in his body was a wonderful feeling. It was as if he was the cave image, and the cave image was him. He had already released the devouring Tao realm and merged it with the changes of the cave image. It did not interfere and went with the flow, waiting for the final moment to exert its power. He knew that he had to do something. He had to strengthen the confidence of the cultivators outside and let them know that no matter how scary the cave image looked, there were people working hard inside. He would not give up, and they should not give up either. If he gave up, the fifth ring would become a part of history. It would become a temporary glory, and then slowly be rendered into a bandit astral body in the long river of history, bearing an eternal infamy. If they gave up, everything that Lu Xiaoyi had done would be greatly reduced. Countless mortals would die from the lack of protection from the radiation, and a large number of people would be left with sequelae and live in pain for the rest of their life. He had to remind them. Everyone had to do their best. Chapter 23-21. P.S. I peed today and peed out a rock. It's the size of a green bean. Tell me, should I be happy? Or unhappy? Could it be that Old Fallen has also cultivated to Insight Realm? I need to buy tickets to replenish my body. There were less than 6 hours left. However, the changes in the heavenly insight caused everyone to feel despair. The white hole was unwaveringly transforming into a black hole, and they were unwaveringly advancing towards the black hole of the white hole. The peak strength of fifth ring cultivators, nearly 40 half-immortals, and thousands of perfected monarchs could all see this change and understand what it meant. No one was willing to be the first to speak. But most of them had the urge to speak. Just as Lu Xiaoyi thought, human nature was in a painful struggle at this moment. You can't say who is right and who is wrong. Who is brave and who is cowardly. They had cultivated for thousands of years just to perish together like moths to a flame. They couldn't even find the enemy. Because the enemy was the universe itself. There were tens of thousands of half-immortals here. They had cultivated painstakingly just to see the appearance of the new era. There were thousands of perfected monarchs here. The beginning of the new era was their beginning, a new life. Should it be moral coercion? Some were willing, some thought it wasn't worth it. What should cultivators do for mortals? Do they do their best until they die? Or do they do their best and stop before going too far? Cultivate for themselves? Or for others? If there weren't 10 billion people here, but only a few hundred or a few thousand people, would they still be so infatuated? Would there definitely be a qualitative change when the change in quantity reached a certain level? Could they even abandon the principles of cultivation? Could they even give up their lives? Just to accompany mortals who had no blood ties with them? They might become heroes, but in the cultivation world, heroes should not exist at all. There was only one true essence of cultivation. Since ancient times, there was only one self. Torment, incomparable torment. Everyone was in torment. Even the three old fellows who were unwilling to leave fell into deep thought. They were thinking that it might be worth it to exchange their remaining lifespan for this great fearlessness, but if they were to drag everyone with them, those young people who still had lofty ideals and a future, along with them, wouldn't it be too selfish to do so? But now that things had developed to this point, whoever spoke up might face the wrath of the public in the future, bearing infamy for the rest of your life, the karma of tens of billions of lives, and the mouths of the people that cannot be stopped. Who is going to speak for you? It had already formed a trap. For those young people, they had been forced to the end of Mount Hua. They had nowhere to retreat and could only become a joke. Qing Xian took a deep breath and took a step forward. Fifth ring, do you have any doubts about my words? No one questioned it. Lu Xiaoyi was not around, so he was the most qualified. In the fifth ring, the only people who could decide the direction of a realm were the demigods. No matter how prestigious the three old men were, they didn't have the qualifications to stand out and say no. They would not stand out either because they had already stood out once and expressed their intentions clearly. The rest would be left to the youngsters. Because they were the future. Qing Xian's voice was hoarse. I won't discuss with anyone. Because there was no time. I say, let's all do it without any discounts. Is that all right? Everyone nodded. Being able to stand out at such a time was a kind of responsibility. His choice not only determined the life and death of thousands of great cultivators, but also determined his own future. To be precise, no matter what decision he made, he would not end up well. Shi and Yang Cheng also stood out side by side. They shared the responsibility because they knew very well what choice their companion would make. In the fifth ring, the three youngsters standing together represented the fifth ring. The rays blew up their hair, but their eyes were still bright and resolute. The old men looked at them from behind. Guandu sighed, they've all grown up. This is their era. I say, old man who has lived for 6,000 years, why aren't you angry anymore? Chang Jin glared at him, I'm not in the mood right now. You want me to glare? I won't. Qing Yangzi chuckled, actually, it's quite easy if you don't make the decision. I've had the idea for thousands of years. Now that I see others suffering, I'm gloating. I'm thinking, it's a pity that we're missing the most important person among the youngsters. If little Yi was here, what would he choose? Guandu snorted, I've told you long ago. Split up as luggage and disband as soon as possible. That thing is capable of doing that. Chang Jin nodded, we're old. We can't keep up with the times. Not only the Dao realm, but also the ideals. That's good. The new era should have new ideals. We can't cling to our old ways. This final journey should be taken by us old fellows, instead of dragging everyone to hell. To be honest, they were a little crazy in this response and lost their usual cold rationality. When the number of mortals exceeded a certain limit, it would naturally affect their rationality. There was no right or wrong. Qing Xian raised his voice, there are 6 more hours. I'll split it into 3 parts. In the next 2 hours, we'll continue to waiting for a possible glimmer of hope. But the order must be passed to every Yuanying below, so that they can prepare to leave. Prepare the floating raft. Every Yuanying is responsible for every cultivator in their city. Everyone was silent. When Qing Xian stood out, they knew that this would be the result. There might be people who disagreed, and there would definitely be people who disobeyed, but to most people, this was a rational decision. The fifth ring did not lack floating rafts. To the Yuanying, this was a standard for everyone. In fact, just in case, when the mission was assigned, every Yuanying had a large enough raft, just in case there was a change in the plan. With tens of thousands of Yuanying squeezing on each raft, it was not difficult to bring out tens of millions of cultivators at once. The difficult part was that many people might refuse. In 2 hours, if the situation hasn't changed, all fifth ring cultivators are to get on the rafts and wait for orders. Tell them that this is a death order. Some people are not allowed to play the hero. If they wanted to bring them out, they had to bring them out. It was not voluntary. This was a decision made with a deep understanding of the human heart. If there was voluntary, there would be a loss of cohesion. If there were any changes, there would be a gap between those who risked their lives to stay and those who obeyed orders to leave, and the fifth ring would be artificially divided into two. This was the most fatal. At the last moment, Qing Xian's thinking was still meticulous. In 4 hours, all the rafts will be in the sky. Wait for the final order. Qing Xian spoke more and more fluently. What he thought would be difficult was easy to say. My decision will be made an hour before the fifth ring and the core of the cave image come into contact. As for the perfected cultivators, each orthodoxy will make their own arrangements. My suggestion is that at least half of them should go. If you're alone, then you have to go. Half immortals, it's up to you whether to leave or stay. I have no right to make arrangement. Shishi laughed at the side. Senior apprentice brother, this is 4 stages, okay? Are you so anxious that you don't even know how to count? There were a few bitter smiles. In fact, everyone understood that Qing Xian's arrangement could only mean one thing: he would not leave. The fifth ring was full of heroes. Chapter 23-22. The order was immediately given. To the Yuanying, this was a death order. They couldn't persist just because they wanted to, because they still had the responsibility of taking away Jindan's foundation establishment. At this time, the semi-militarized 5-ring system came into play. There were definitely complaints, such as changing orders and being as timid as mice, but an order was an order. The news began to spread to Jindan's level. They would be the main force to capture those rebellious and hot-blooded foundation establishment cultivators. But this order inevitably caused a devastating blow to the morale of the troop. It was difficult to have the best of both worlds. When an army packed their bags and prepared to leave, how could they fight? But Qing Xian was still unmoved. By making this decision, he had almost given himself a death sentence. Of course, he could live on easily, but he was destined to be tormented for the rest of his life. Because the death of 10 billion mortals was the result of his order. Even if he didn't give this order, it didn't make a difference. Because he couldn't get over it. You don't have to accompany me. This kind of thing should be shouldered by one person. You have your own responsibilities, such as the future. Looking at his 2 friends, Qing Xian felt helpless. Shishi sighed. I'm your assistant. Although I don't want to admit it, I didn't persist when I raised this issue, so I admit that you are more courageous than me. Actually, you and I shouldn't be shouldering this burden. It should be little Yi. He has a big heart. Not to mention 10 billion, even if it's a trillion, it's just a number to him. I can guess what he will say. How big of a problem can it be with so few people? Let's work overtime at night and create a new one. Qing Xian looked at Yang Cheng again. He and Shishi were actually older than Yang Cheng, and they became half-immortals earlier. However, due to Yang Cheng's reincarnation identity, although it was not appropriate to call her senior, it was more appropriate to call her senior apprentice sister. Senior, why are you doing this? Relatively speaking, if the 5 rings were to encounter such a disaster, the sword vein would be the hardest to deal with. You should stay, there are too many things for you to bear in the future. Yang Cheng pouted. You think I'm willing to stand out? I'm just expressing that the 3 families are working together. As for pressure, what pressure do I have? That's little Yi's problem. I'm just there to support him. In my opinion, you should be prepared to stay in the same way you're prepared to run away. Why do you have to act so solemn and tragic? Can you die if you don't act? Take off your pants to release air, that's unnecessary. Qing Xian and Shishi were speechless. Senior sister, when it comes to trusting little Yi, we are not as firm as you. I think that grandson still knows his limits, right? This was such a big matter, and the safety of tens of billions of people was at stake. They couldn't wait until the end to act just to pretend to be weak, right? This was a cave image, nothing else. I don't know what immortals are like, but in the history of the origin world, no one has ever been able to subdue a natural phenomenon like this. You still want to make a comeback at the last minute. Smokey snorted. Li Wuya was once my junior. Lu Xiaoyi too. In fact, they were essentially the same type of people. They were people who didn't care about the occasion. As long as they are high on their own, who cares if your universe is destroyed? What does it have to do with him? That's why I'm not worried. Soon, 2 hours had passed. The white hole, yes, it had now become a flower hole. It was like an ingrate, with more white than black. It was getting closer and closer to them, as if it was within their reach. The grand membrane of heaven and earth was already feeling the pressure, but it was still bearable. The great cultivators outside the void were still silent, but the void was already in an uproar. Almost all the cities, all the Jindan, had adopted the same method. They used the excuse of discussing how to improve the city's defenses to hold a final meeting. Then, after gathering all the foundation establishment cultivators, they would catch them all in one fell swoop. They would all be detained in the rafts. They would directly take action without any notice. This was the only way to avoid causing chaos in the mortal realm. Even if they themselves were full of complaints, they would not be lenient. This was also the tradition of the 5 rings. Just like the army, you could complain, but you could only vent your complaints to your superiors. You could not express your dissatisfaction to those below you. This was the true essence of ensuring cohesion. In just 2 hours, on the vast continent of the 5 rings, all the foundation establishment cultivators and above were loaded into the rafts and were on standby. This kind of mobility was rarely achieved in the realm, but for the 5 rings who were always on standby, it was very easy. The preparations in the realm were in full swing, but the atmosphere in the void outside the realm was oppressive. The transformation of the white hole into a black hole was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, without a trace of stopping. Everyone knew that if the black area occupied half of the area, this change would be irreversible even if an immortal came. Lu Qiuxian, not an immortal. Every perfected monarch and half-immortal was considering the problem of which path to take. From the perspective of their own Tao heart, from the perspective of their sect, from the perspective of life and death. If the opponent was a true cultivator, would there be so many considerations? They would just kill their way over. But the opponent was a cosmic phenomenon. The heavenly Tao gave them a difficult problem that had no correct answer. There is a mission that requires the 2 of you to carry out. Qing Xian was still doing things his way. In the last hour, if no half-immortal leaves, I need the 2 of you to lead the head of this deserter. Do you have the courage? This was the most difficult deserter in the world. She was very dissatisfied. Why us, and not you? Qing Xian smiled. Because I have already done what I should do. And the 2 of you have not done what you should do. Yang Cheng did not care. Deal. If that time comes, I will lead the way. She spoke without hesitation, but her heart was not as relaxed as her appearance. After all, she was a half-immortal, and had a certain understanding of the cave image. If she did not take action now, she really could not think of a way to stop the white hole from turning into a black hole. In the surging undercurrent, each orthodoxy made their own arrangements for their perfected monarch. Staying was a martyr, leaving was a burden, there was no difference in essence. Death was only a matter of a moment, but moving forward with a burden could be a matter of a lifetime. Which was more important? Qing Xian did not ask in detail who was staying and who was leaving. It was not his responsibility. He only looked at the mushroom cloud that was getting closer and closer, the black and white intertwined, like a huge spotted dog. 1 hour. This was not a random time, because if the distance to the cave image was less than 1 hour, with the ability of the Yuanying, they might not be able to lead the seeds away from the attraction of the cave image. The key to the seed plan was these low and middle level cultivators of various levels, so that the 5th ring could have a reserve of talents that could last for thousands of years, so that they could have time to find or plunder another large true cultivator realm. He was a little regretful. If only he had completely taken over the Henghe realm. Seeing that the time had come, he did not hesitate. Pass down the message, the rafts are to rise into the sky, and gather in the sky to wait. Chapter 23:23. It was the last 2 hours. There was only 1 hour left before the decision was made. At this time, all the preparations were in place. Whether they left or stayed, the outcome was set. Instead, at this time, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Friends, sect brothers, elders, everyone joked, chatted, and drank a few cups of wine. To those who disregarded life and death, and to those who had to carry the burden forward. Finally, there was no need to hesitate. Finally, they could open their hearts. Qing Yangzi looked at Qing Xian seriously. We old fellows will stand on our last shift, but not you. Your performance today is worthy of the 3 words, 3 pure ones. It's enough. It's unnecessary to persist any longer. This should be a matter for people like us. You and Little Ye have known each other for thousands of years. Why can't you learn how to be free and easy? Do you think that if he was in his current situation, he would walk the same path to the end? Qing Xian smiled. No. He would say, old fellows, take care. Forgive me for not sending you off. Do you have any wives or daughters to take care of? Your disciple is willing to serve you, but I'm not him. I'm me. Guandu said regretfully, with your personality, you should come to the sword vein. Little Ye should go to the Daoist sect. Didn't he always boast about his talent in sorcery? He's already cultivated to the half-immortal level and can finally set fire. Chang Jin looked at his disciple. You're good. You have your own opinions. The key is to persevere. Don't care about what others think, even if it's our opinion. Whether you stay or leave this time, I'm very happy. 5 rings. There have never been so many outstanding people in one era. Is this the new era's gift to the universe's cultivation world? Unfortunately, we may not be able to see your glory. Shishi's gaze was complicated. This was his master, but he had to part ways with him in the end. This was cultivation, right? If you couldn't step on the people in front of you, you would never be able to stand out. More and more rafts appeared outside the heaven and earth membrane. There were tens of thousands of them. This huge fleet was daunting to look at. Who would have thought that this was a fleet that was trying to escape? This was the first time that the Jindan Foundation establishment cultivators on the raft had come out of the atmosphere. They hadn't had the chance to experience the wonders of the universe yet, but the first thing they saw was the incomparably huge, ferocious, and terrifying black and white hole. At this distance, their vision was completely blocked. Apart from this terrifying pressure, they couldn't see anything else. Even though they were filled with the determination to fight to the death in the inner realm, when they saw the opponents the 5th ring cultivators were about to face, a strong sense of powerlessness rose in their hearts. Even the light in this strange hole was clearly distorted. They finally understood why the elders wanted them to evacuate. The history of human cultivation was a history of fighting against the heavens. Unfortunately, so far, it seemed that they hadn't been able to win. In the face of the vastness of the universe, no matter how many humans there were, they still seemed so insignificant. They were so insignificant that apart from this black and white hole, they couldn't even see a single star. All the rafts were increasing their power because if they didn't, they wouldn't need to control the rafts. The rafts would be sucked into the black and white hole. Once they reached a critical point, it would be time for them to leave. The 5th ring behind them was still so beautiful, but on the heaven and earth membrane, more and more ripples began to appear. This was the effect of the hole's radiation. If it was so intense now, who knew what it would be like when they crashed into the hole? Time passed quickly, but it also passed slowly. What was fast was their mood. What was slow was their mood. Shishi suddenly thought of a question. Senior brother, I heard that you've been in the 5th ring for dozens of years and have some gains. Why haven't I heard you mention it? Did you leave behind a male or female child? Qing Xian fiercely stared at him. I thought that since that guy wasn't here, no one would ask such a boring question. I didn't expect, Shishi shrugged. Actually, I'm also very bored. A large group of perfected cultivators gathered. They were all older cultivators who were unwilling to wander in the universe's void. They automatically gathered behind Chang Jin and the other 2. After the others left, they would be responsible for the defense of the 5th ring alone. There was no sadness. Every time there was a great war in the universe, they would gather like this. Then, they would send off batch after batch of old friends. Now, it was their turn. This was the final destination of the people of the 5th ring. The farewells were over. More than half an hour had passed. It was almost time for the decision to be made, but the black spots in the hole were increasing. There were no signs of stopping. This wasn't a battle between cultivators. This was a battle between humans and nature. How could they save their trump card for last? Nature had heaven's secrets, but it didn't scheme. It followed the laws of nature, but it wouldn't do evil on purpose. Therefore, when dealing with it, one didn't have to worry about their methods being seen through by nature. One only had to consider whether the method was right. At least until now, Lu Xiaoyi hadn't found the right way to deal with it. Or had he already died in the hole? Chang Jin and a group of old cultivators were still excitedly discussing whether or not they would need to add a sharp cone in front of the grand membrane of heaven and earth. This would be able to effectively split apart a lot of energy radiation. Although the final result wouldn't be different, they still had to make themselves perfect. This was the last collision in their lives. No matter what, they had to make it grand, right? The perfected cultivators who were about to leave started to retreat slowly. It wasn't that they were in a hurry to leave, but some of the weaker Yuanying couldn't control the boat anymore. They couldn't help but be attracted by the hole. They needed help. The Jindan who built their foundation had the weakest endurance. This kind of parting was forever. Moreover, for their age, most of them still had family and friends in the mortal world. This kind of parting was forever. In the face of nature's punishment, humans weren't as strong as they thought. Qing Xian didn't seek the opinions of others anymore. The closer it was to the end, the more it needed an individual to make the decision. Your question caused countless difficulties. I order. The fleet of the fifth ring temporarily moved to the left. Wait. A voice suddenly interrupted him. It was Yang Cheng. This was very impolite behavior, and also very irrational behavior. For leaders like them, this was like magnifying the conflict in front of all the cultivators below them. The consequences would be immeasurable. From now on, this evacuation would become the fuse that caused the fifth ring to split. Qing Xian suppressed his dissatisfaction. He really didn't want to lose his temper, but at this moment, he couldn't tolerate such behavior. This included Shi and the other half-immortals and perfected cultivators. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Weren't you just causing trouble now? Yang Cheng didn't care. He pointed at the hole with a face full of anger. Take a look. If the hole is white as the base and black as the words, what can you see? Everyone looked over in surprise. In this mixed black and white pattern, it was like someone was scribbling on a piece of white paper. Although it was messy, it was clearly visible, a white hole turning into a black hole. The key was to use it diligently. Chapter 23-24. Full of ambiguity. What a dirty joke. Completely messing with you regardless of the occasion. But wasn't this the thing that a certain fellow with a wicked taste was best at? Smokey was still angry. Look, is this human language? To think that he's the #1 friend of women. He's a pervert in sheep's clothing. The three old men laughed loudly, and all the half-immortals let out a long breath. The perfected lords began to move, and the foundation establishment Jindan were still somewhat confused, unable to react. How could this cave image make such a dirty joke? Qing Xian waved his hand. Order. Return to your original positions. Defend with all your strength. Those who leave without permission, behead. The human cultivators once again boiled over, but this time, the boiling mood was completely different. Because the cave image was under Escort Lu's control. Although they didn't understand why he didn't make a move earlier. Although they didn't understand what would change in this short half an hour. Although they complained that this fellow didn't care about the occasion and had no sense of responsibility, but there was one thing they had to admit, Escort Lu was still alive and well, and still had the leisure to make witty remarks. Then, in fact, this also meant that the cave image wasn't as frightening as it looked. The half-immortals didn't need to be told, and immediately sank into the grand membrane. With their support, the grand membrane would display a defensive toughness that far exceeded normal. How much radiation they could block would directly determine how many casualties there would be in the fifth ring. The perfected lords dived into the grand membrane, and reorganized their great array system. The grand membrane would leak out, and it would all depend on how much they could eliminate. Not only did it affect humans, but it also affected the fifth ring's creatures and plant. The Yuanying were the most tired. because they still had to hurriedly dig into the realm, return to their respective cities, reorganize the regional formations, and release those Foundation establishment Jindan that made people worry. Although they were cursing and complaining, ridiculing their superiors' blind commands, and the torment of taking off their pants and releasing air, this was a happy complaint. The Foundation establishment Jindan were the happiest, because they had returned. To them, they were the group that disapproved of giving up the mortals the most, because they hadn't truly come into contact with the core of cultivation. To the mortals, they had always been ignorant. It felt like the cultivators went up for a meeting, and then rushed back, messily fiddling around in the sky above the city. But no matter what, they had returned, and they were the most solid support of all mortals. Morale was just that strange. The month-long preparation had already worn down most of their morale. Then, when they gathered in the sky, their morale was almost gone. Now, it was the final radiance of the setting sun. The reinvigorated morale and reignited hope supported everyone to unleash their greatest potential. Looking from the sky, these middle and low-level cultivators completely understood what they were about to face. It was true that everyone had to participate in it. Everyone had their own value, even those at the bottom. 5 rings, in an instant, he returned to the state where he was covered in thorns all over his body and was a tough opponent. The old guys built a huge cone in the direction of the 5th ring road, just like the ram of a huge ship. Countless treasures filled the space. They didn't even have to consider the possibility of being damaged. All of them radiated with light. The black and white cave elephant that had once appeared sinister and terrifying, in their eyes, was nothing more than a big spotted dog that appeared fierce on the outside but was actually timid on the inside. Under such circumstances, the two behemoths finally collided after many days of approaching each other. It wasn't a physical collision, so there was no impact. The danger of the cave elephant was that it was everywhere, and there was nothing it couldn't penetrate. If there was no protection, half of the humans on the 5th ring road would die in a day. The remaining half would also die intermittently in the following days. No one could escape. It was like a huge nuclear power plant leaking, like the tragedy of the residents around Chernobyl. This kind of radiation would become more and more intense as the 5th ring road advanced in the cave elephant, until it reached the limit of protection. If the white hole didn't turn into a black hole, the 5th ring road would slowly break away after reaching the peak of radiation, and eventually pass through the cave elephant. If the cave elephant turned into a black hole, they would never be able to come out after entering. That was no longer a problem of radiation, it was also a problem of the atmosphere being stripped away, and it was also a problem of the bounded domain being torn apart. If it really reached that point, all protection would be meaningless. This was the reason why Qing Xian decisively requested the 5th ring cultivation world to evacuate when they didn't see any hope of the cave elephant being controlled. Of course, he didn't actually see any signs of the cave elephant changing for the better, but this was no longer important. His responsibility was to protect the bounded domain. The problem of the cave elephant belonged to Lu Xiaoyi. The division of labor was clear. More and more intense radiation shone on the macro membrane. The half-immortals had 2 choices. One was to completely block it. This would create a huge pressure on them and the macro membrane. As the bounded domain went deeper and deeper, it was hard to say whether it would reach a critical point and cause the macro membrane to collapse. They chose the second method. They didn't pursue completely blocking it, but intercepted most of the radiation, and left the remaining small portion to the 2nd and 3rd layers below. The advantage of doing this was that the macro membrane would always have a certain amount of flexibility, and there would be no danger of the macro membrane collapsing. This was planned long ago. In terms of defense, the Daoist cultivators were very experienced. They could always find the most suitable method and persevere. They were full of tenacity. The heaven and earth great formation that the Supremes set up during the macro membrane's internal testing began to show its effect. Fortunately, they didn't need to guard against direct collisions. If the danger only came from radiation, they could choose a formation that was relatively targeted. In this aspect, there were countless similar great formations in Daoist studies. With this collision, the foundation of a bounded domain was revealed. In this aspect, The fifth ring cultivators weren't inferior to any of the Daoist orthodoxies of the universe. Right now, they had just entered the cave image, and the pressure was still under control. The third layer of defense below, the Yuanying city defense, didn't feel any pressure, not to mention the fourth layer of defense, the Jindan, and the fifth layer of foundation establishment. However, no one would lower their guard. After seeing that terrifying cave image with their own eyes, even the foundation establishment knew that it would be their turn sooner or later. In the eyes of the mortals, although it was night, the sky was abnormally bright. It was as if there was an aurora flashing in the sky. That was the evaporation of the macro membrane under the intense radiation. Whatever was destroyed, the 40 half-immortals would replenish until the speed of their replenishment couldn't keep up with the evaporation of the radiation. There was also the Supreme's Heaven and Earth Great Formation. This was the most obvious light source in the atmosphere. It was like a shining water shield, firmly covering the macro membrane, not allowing a single trace of radiation to pass through. When the collision started, it displayed a shocking wonder of heaven and earth. It made all the mortals aware of the intensity of the macro membrane. Other than praying, they were powerless. Chapter 23-25. As the host, Qing Xian was constantly observing the changes of the cave image. What puzzled him was that the transformation of the cave image was still going on. Even though he knew that the bastard was in the depths of the cave image, he could not help but be enraged by the leisurely transformation. There was a principle that could not be changed. When half of the cave image was black, the transformation would be irreversible. Now that they were not far from this boundary, the black color had already occupied 40% of the cave image. There was not much time left for the bastard. Still not exerting force. Still pretending. He was angry because things had already reached this stage. The 5 rings did not even have room to maneuver. Those Yuanying could not bring the young cultivators away. Because at the current distance, the Yuanying could not escape the attraction of the cave image. If they continued forward, even the perfected Lord could not escape. Until even these half-immortals could not escape. Even though almost everyone was full of confidence, this was an overdraft of a certain person's past glory. It was not a realistic and rational analysis. That bastard had an extraordinary ability to stir up trouble. He could always use a completely irrelevant sentence to stir up everyone's emotions. It made people fall into madness. But the true attitude of a cultivator was respect for nature, reverence for the universe, and not unconditional blind trust in a certain person with an extraordinary past. There were too many such cases in the cultivation world. They did not believe in facts but blindly followed the legends of authority. In the end, they brought disaster to themselves and their own orthodoxy. What was worse was that Qing Xian was the biggest accomplice to the Avildor. This was the final decision he made blindly. Working with this person was enough to drive people crazy. Just like now, that guy had pulled everyone into a huge gamble. The opponent's trump card was the leopard, but this guy was holding the dice cup and not opening it. He only knew how to scratch his head and flirt, looking around complacently. There was also bad news. Because Shishi was good at formations, he had been organizing the defense of the heaven and earth macro membrane, so he immediately gave a warning. The intensity of the radiation is much higher than expected. Even if we have already started to divert the pressure to the perfected Lord's heaven and earth formation, but their stopping power is limited and cannot exceed a certain limit. I suspect that before we reach the deepest part of the cave image, the radiation will affect the lives of the mortals in the domain. There is not much time left. The limit of the macro membrane will be reached soon. Qing Xian did not hesitate. Your responsibility is to not collapse the first line of defense. Do your best without collapsing. As for whether the bottom line can withstand it or not, that is another matter. It was cruel, but the most rational choice. If the heaven and earth grand membrane controlled by the half-immortals collapsed, the 4 lines of defense below would be completely meaningless. He could only choose to let more of the radiation pass through and then block it in layers. As for whether the lower layers could completely block it and how much damage the mortals would suffer, he could only leave it to fate. It was better than everyone suddenly being exposed to strong radiation. The true monarch's heaven and earth great array could no longer withstand the pressure. They had no choice but to transmit the pressure to the next level. The sky above the tens of thousands of cities in the Fifth Ring Road suddenly shone brightly. Although they had passed through 2 levels of blockage, the immense pressure of radiation was still suffocating the nascent soul stage cultivators. After holding on for less than a quarter of an hour, traces of radiation had already penetrated their formation cover and shone into the city. As a result, the entire city was lit up with countless lights. All of the Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators brought out their best weapons, formations, and defenses, all for the sake of being the last line of defense. There was no target. They did not know when it would end. They would just hold on until they were exhausted and their dantian was empty. This damn thing. Qing Xian, who was always calm, could not help but curse. He did not have any backup plan now. He could only bet on that guy's personal performance. There was still no obvious change. The cave image unswervingly changed to black and white balance. Under the fearful gazes of all the half-immortals and perfected lords, it stopped at a state of complete balance. Then, it stopped moving. But this did not mean that it was safe. It was just a premonition. In the next moment, the cave image would no longer change slowly. It would instantly turn into a real black hole and swallow everyone. They had persevered for so long just for this. If all of this was destined to be meaningless, then what were they doing? They were like a bunch of clowns in front of a heavenly phenomenon. This was the most torturous wait. They were waiting for the cave image's death god to suddenly change its face. And besides enduring, they did not have the slightest ability to resist. Some of the perfected lords with weaker minds had already started to give up. This was a dangerous sign. Once such emotions spread, there was no need to wait for the black hole to form. The radiation would kill all the Fifth Ring cultivators. Yang Cheng stood up and released his divine sense. Persevere. Persevere. The Fifth Ring cultivators have existed for tens of thousands of years for only one reason: persevere. We have endured tens of thousands of years of pressure and countless universe wars. The only reason we have survived until now is never give up. Qing Xian, Shi Shi, Qing Yangzi, Chang Jin, Guan Du, Tong Yang, and the half-immortals. All the strong-willed cultivators spoke in unison, causing a single word to vibrate in the void. They shouted themselves hoarse, their voices stern, as if they had gone mad. Persevere, persevere, persevere. Even if it was the last breath of life, persevere still had meaning. This was the spirit of the Fifth Ring cultivators. Under their inspiration, the Heaven and Earth Great Barrier, the Heaven and Earth Great Array, the city's area array, the pitiful defense of the small cultivators, everyone was persevering, doing their best. Persevere. 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 Waiting for the inevitable black hole to form. Persevere. 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 Not for anything, but for the spirit of the Fifth Ring cultivators. Persevere. 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 The meaning of life was that we had fought to the end. Persevere. 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 It seemed to have entered the core of the cave image. The Great Barrier did not collapse. The Heaven and Earth Great Array did not collapse. The radiation intensity was also abnormal, and did not increase. The black and white cave image was still balanced. It swayed on the critical point of transforming into a black hole in an instant, but it did not shake out of that step. It was like a death row prisoner had already knelt down, his neck stretched out, and the executioner's knife was already raised, but it did not fall. It was still persevering. This was already the final perseverance of the Fifth Ring cultivators. Then, the Fifth Ring domain silently passed through the core of the cave image and began to fly to the other side. Shi shouted wildly, "The radiation intensity is beginning to weaken. We are leaving. We are safe." Little Yi, that bastard, set the cave image at the critical point of the grey hole. That son of a bitch, giving birth is not giving birth. Isn't this just scaring people? Everything was clear now. For some reason, Escort Lu did not choose to reverse the conversion between black and white. Instead, he chose the most dangerous grey hole. Therefore, they were really safe. Chapter 23-26. Lu Xiaoyi heaved a long sigh of relief when he felt the pressure slowly fading away. It was not that he had to put up a brave front, but even with the ability of 3 small holes, he could not reverse the situation. This was not something a human could do. He could feel that the 5th ring had left, but he did not dare to leave immediately. Although in theory, there was no possibility of the cave image turning into a black hole and pulling the 5th ring back after he left, it was always better to be careful. Besides, he also needed a stable environment to finalize his body. To be precise, he would be laughed at and treated as a monster if he went out now. Because a mouth was a black hole, and a fart was a white hole. He had to find a balance. He had no other choice, and the grey hole was his only choice. Therefore, he needed more time to familiarize himself with it. It was also a good time to monitor the direction of the cave image. It took a lot of effort to control the cave image at the last moment. It could not be said that he controlled it, but it could be more accurate to say that he influenced it. For this, he had already done his best. Would he consider the loss of the 5th ring? How big was the loss? After cultivating for 3,000 years, he understood a lot of things. Even if he really became Hong in the future, he could not protect the safety of all humans. There would still be collisions between celestial bodies, and there would still be natural phenomena that would harm humans. This could not be avoided, and should not be avoided. This world was a world where humans and nature competed. You could only talk about how many humans were killed by the tyranny of nature, because you were a human and looked at the problem from a human's point of view. But who would look at the problem from the point of view of nature? Since the beginning of the history of cultivation, how much nature had been destroyed by humans? Only more, not less. Then, who would nature look for? This was a competition, an eternal melody. When humans completely controlled nature, it would be the precursor to the destruction of the universe. Because nature in the universe did not have ambition, but humans did. He had already done his best in this encounter with the cave image. He had warned the 5th ring nearly 100 years ago, and then guarded the 5th ring for 100 years. When everyone was not optimistic about his warning, he still stood his ground. In the end, for the safety of the 5th ring, he risked entering the cave image's depths. Therefore, he felt at ease. The important thing was that he had a clear conscience during this process. As for the loss, that was another matter. He would not hurt himself for this, not at all. He was not an immortal and could not do what immortals did. Furthermore, immortals might not be able to do it, and might not be willing to do it. In a sense, he had already hindered the progress of nature to a certain extent. This was not necessarily a good thing. Fortunately, chaos was the main theme before the dawn of the new era. Lu Xiaoyi fixed himself in the cave image with a clear conscience. His original intention was only to modify his body to be more stable. However, this kind of mending was easy to think of but troublesome to do. Previously, because he was greedy for speed, he needed to quickly harmonize with the cave image. Thus, he had been very careless in the small areas. Now that the outside world was safe, he naturally had to consider the safety of his own life. After a series of meticulous carving, several months quickly passed. Cultivation knows no time. It wasn't until one day, when he felt that his body had reached a whole new level. He had completely transformed into a brand new body refinement body. Only then did he begin to consider the problem of how to get out. Over the past few months, he had gained 2 rewards. One was his fleshly body, and the other was his devouring Tao realm. This allowed him to take another step forward. Where should he go? Currently, there were 2 options. One was the land of the Yellow Dragon, and the other was the Heaven's Choice continent. Of course, going to the land of the Yellow Dragon was to erect a monument. Going to the Heaven's Choice continent was for the way of the sword. At his current level, he could already reach out to Li Wuya in all aspects. This was also what he had been looking forward to. With a thought in his mind, his body bent and bounced. He did not need to move, but relied on the 2 holes to move forward. Just like the inlet and outlet of a jet. Of course, what he was swallowing now was not air, but rays. To be honest, this method of moving was very strange. The speed was not slow, but it was a little disgusting to use. It even had to be paired with open crotch pant. It was not suitable to be used in broad daylight, but it had a special effect in special environments. For example, in the cave image, it was the best way to move. In fact, he could directly go out from the wormhole. With the deep understanding of the cave image that he had gained over the past few months, it was not difficult to directly break through the wall of the wormhole. However, he had other thoughts. He wanted to go out from the other end, which was the side that originally belonged to the black hole, the other end of the entire cave image trinity. This was not meaningless, but it could help him figure out the origin of the young realm. Where exactly was it swallowed from? What was the mother body that belonged to the young realm? Which celestial body was it in? In these situations, it was difficult for him to find out after he left the normal space of the universe. The most convenient way was to go directly through the wormhole, and then appear at the location of the black hole, which was also the grey hole now. The significance of doing this was to thoroughly understand whether there would be any sequelae left behind by the existence of the young domain in the future of the fifth ring. He also had a target to monitor. Even if he viewed danger as normal, he was not willing to go through such a frightening moment again. He was a person who looked carefree on the surface, but in fact, he was very careful when he did things. The universe was facing a huge change. To what extent would such a huge change affect the countless celestial bodies throughout the universe? Were there any special rules in this? These were all things that a responsible major cultivator should know. The reason was that the trajectory of the fifth ring was too erratic. It was not like most of the known celestial bodies that would revolve around a certain star, nor was it fixed in a specific galaxy. To put it simply, he still could not figure out what it was revolving around. Or was it simply moving freely? Because it was not in a certain galaxy, and there was no huge star to provide gravitational protection for it, it could not circulate in a fixed trajectory under a strong gravitational force, so it was full of uncertainty. In fact, for the fifth ring, the problem of how to protect the domain really had to be put on the agenda. In the next 1 to 2,000 years, he might spend most of his time in the land of the Yellow Dragon, and there would be very few opportunities for him to come back. Some things had to be done in advance. At the very least, he should provide such a direction, and let the fifth ring cultivators consciously study and decipher in this direction. This was the attitude that a cultivator should have. From now on, he was solving his own worries. Without any scruples, he could go all out in the land of the Yellow Dragon. He did not know how other people arranged their own affairs, but he thought that they would not be as tired as him. This was the path that he had chosen. He had already entered the fast lane and could no longer stop. Chapter 23-27. The West Sea, a sea in the western elephant sky. Of course, this was just an adjective. A sea was so large that it was often used to connect several continents in a domain. The fact that it could be called a sea in the universe showed how big it was. In the western elephant sky, it was an airspace of close to 100 universes. The cultivation world had its own way of dividing each universe. It was not an equal division, and there was no possibility of artificial differentiation between different three-dimensional spaces. The principle here was that it was a step-by-step principle based on the form of energy. The spread of energy in the universe would weaken, related to distance, environment, and so on. However, this decrease was a smooth curve. If there was no artificial interference, the waves of a spell would become weaker as they spread further and further in the universe. This was the consumption of energy over distance. It was a natural principle. However, in the real universe, there was a step-by-step decrease. It was like a person swimming in the sea suddenly feeling a chill in his stomach. The temperature was completely different from the surroundings. Excluding the accidental reason of a shark passing under him, it basically meant one thing. He might be passing through a dark trench at the bottom of the sea. The universe was the same. It was just that humans could not feel it, but the form of energy could be clearly expressed. For example, if a shock wave traveled in the universe according to the normal principle of step-by-step decrease, the energy would become less and less as time passed. However, when it crossed a completely unmarked boundary, there would suddenly be a step-by-step decrease. In the cultivation world, this line, or this boundary, was called the boundary between different universes. To put it simply, when the shock wave suddenly decreased in a step-by-step manner, it meant that it had arrived at another universe. There were no similar energy traps or dark trenches in this airspace. Moreover, it was strangely large as 100 universes. It did not seem appropriate to call it another universe. Hence, it was called a sea. A sea in the universe. It was also the largest sea in the western elephant sky. If there was a sea, there would naturally be islands. Realms and celestial bodies of various sizes were scattered all over the place. In the western elephant sky, it was also an important birthplace for cultivation culture to flourish. Of course, it was the birthplace of Buddhism, the western elephant heaven. It was impossible for Taoism to establish a sect in such a place with good feng shui. In western elephant heaven, there were two representative orthodoxies of Buddhism. One was the small Sumeru realm. Lu Xiaoyi had been to this place before and stayed there for a period of time. They had a good relationship and were part of the moderate faction of Buddhism. The inner realm hands-free came from this place and could be considered half a friend. The other was the Great Sage Heavens. Lu Xiaoyi had also come into contact with it, but the one he had come into contact with was a great Buddha of Sun God of the 5 dynasties. Because of the Crimson Star, there had been a lot of fights between the two of them. They belonged to the Buddhist forces that had grudges against each other. The Great Holy Heavens had taken root in the Western Ocean. It was through this place that they extended their tentacles to the entire Western Elephant Heaven. In the center of the West Sea, there was an immortal mountain named Boundless Mountain. It was named after the meaning of the boundless Buddha Sea. It was the foundation that supported the hundreds of human cultivation worlds in the West Sea. In fact, it was also a world that looked like a mountain. Because it had no atmosphere, there were no humans living there. However, its importance was reflected in other aspects. The spiritual energy level of the hundreds of worlds in the West Sea was closely related to Boundless Mountain. A kind of inductive spiritual energy resonance with Boundless Mountain as its heart surged and stimulated the spiritual energy level of the surrounding cultivation worlds. Among them, the one that resonated the most harmoniously was one of the 2 pillars of Buddhism in the Western Elephant Heaven, the Great Sage Heaven. Due to its geographical location and its position as the source of spiritual energy in the West Sea, the people here called it the Heart of the Sea. This was an incomparable respect for it. It was an important place in the West Sea that could not be violated. However, in the past few months, many of the highest-level great Buddhas of the West Sea had gathered around Boundless Mountain, including the bodies who had returned from the inner and outer realm. The Taoists called the next level of Sun God half-immortals, while the Buddhists called them bodies. However, the Taoists had the advantage in numbers, so, in the West Sea, other than the Great Sage Heavens, there were 2 other wonders. The first was Boundless Mountain in the heart of the sea. This was the source of prosperity for the entire West Sea cultivation world. However, under the heavenly Tao, everything was fair. For a place like the West Sea where spiritual energy flourished, of course, it could not be filled with auspicious signs. It was a place called the Eye of the Sea. It was actually a huge black hole that threatened the existence of the entire West Sea cultivation world at all times. However, no one could say that this thing was useless. It had to be destroyed as soon as possible. In the universe, where there was light, there was darkness. Where there was reality, there was void. Where there was safety, there was danger. They all complemented each other. One could not blindly pursue perfection and wish that the surroundings were filled with auspicious signs. If that was the case, one would not be far from death. It could only be seen as a psychological burden in the subconscious mind of every cultivator in the West Sea. Moreover, even the Buddhists could not get rid of it. As for the high and mighty immortals, they would not care about such things. They would say, "Oh, you want to move away just because the black hole is a threat? Then do you want me to help you get rid of all the black holes in the universe to make you feel safe? Taoists are more dangerous than black holes. Do you want me to help you kill all the Daoist cultivators in the West Elephant Heavens?" Therefore, since the beginning of the West Sea, there had been this black hole in the eye of the sea. For millions of years, it had caused a lot of trouble for the various realms in the West Sea. It had also swallowed some unimportant realms. In the West Sea cultivation world, it was a celestial phenomenon. This black hole in the eye of the sea and boundless mountain in the heart of the sea formed the legend of the West Sea. Countless realms were created, and countless joys and sorrows were recorded in it. The history of the West Sea cultivation was actually the history of these two wonders. Even the great sage heavens, the Buddhist holy land of the humans, was only developed later. It was a product of the boundless mountain. It was this black hole that seemed to have started to mutate in recent months. If it was only targeting unimportant realms, it would not be a big deal. After millions of years, it had already swallowed many realms. It did not matter if it swallowed another one. With the power of the West Sea's Buddhist sects, they could completely control the damage to the minimum. For example, if it was a human realm, they could easily transfer the population. They could just treat it as feeding a vicious shark in the West Sea. But the problem was, this vicious shark's target this time seemed to be Boundless Mountain. This made it difficult for people to remain calm. If something happened to Boundless Mountain, the spiritual vigor of the hundreds of cultivation realms in the West Sea would drop. How could they tolerate this? Therefore, the virtuous eminent monks of the West Sea gathered here regardless of their distance. There were even dozens of body monks who came to contribute to their home sea. However, there were many people gathered here, almost 20% of the people in the West Elephant Heavens. But they were helpless against a colossus like the cave elephant. Not only the great Buddhas, but also the body monks. This was beyond the scope of their abilities. Chapter 23-28. Author's note: double the monthly votes, please. Sword Soldier's situation this month was not bad. He barely squeezed into the top 50 monthly votes, but he was being chased by others. He was calling for readers to rise up. Sloth endured the pain of stones to add more chapters for you. He was one of the impatient great Buddhas of the 5 dynasties. His status was similar to that of Chin Kyozi in the 3 clear lineages. In the cultivation world of the origin world, his status was incomparably revered. However, if a large number of body descended, he dared not forget his position. Of course, this did not stop the great Buddhas of the 5 dynasties from returning the favor. Now, he was following behind an exterior body from the great sage heavens. Besides following him, he asked for advice about the black hole in the eye of the sea. Uncle, the change in the eye of the sea this time was really full of twists and turns. From the awakening of the black hole to the target of Boundless Mountain, it actually evolved into a grey hole. It was really unbelievable. Many people thought that this was a good thing. The grey hole's absorption power was smaller than the black hole's, which meant that the realms that could be absorbed had been lowered to a safer level. All the medium and large realms were safe, but why did I feel so uneasy? Or is there something we don't know and understand? Body frowned and pondered for a long time before saying, Amitabha, we received the news and returned to the West Sea, but it was still too late. When we arrived, the grey hole had already formed. Although you guys introduced and recorded the process, it was still different from the actual experience. There was no way to distinguish the changes in the Tao state during the process. That's why you want me to tell you my judgment on this matter now. Buddhists don't lie. I'm not sure either. Those brothers who came down with me also have their own disputes. Their opinions are not unified. Before I come up with a definite judgment, I can't reveal anything to the public. Do you understand? The 5 dynasties nodded. Of course he understood. Not only did Buddhists not lie, but cultivators should not lie about such a big matter. This was because if one could not make a clear judgment and guess randomly, it could cause the hundreds of Buddhist orthodoxes in the West Sea to make the wrong decision. It could even cause chaos. It was better not to say anything. But he was still a little unwilling. This was because deep in his heart, he was not sure about this change. Because the change of the era was coming, would this change cause a chain reaction? What if this was just the beginning, a sign, and there were other problems to come? How should they respond? Marshal Uncle, we have already used the fastest time to send out a warning to the inner and outer scenic skies. However, The changes in the eye of the sea this time came too quickly. From the time we discovered the anomaly to the time it turned into a grey cave, it had only been a few dozen hours. It was indeed not enough time for the seniors to rush back as quickly as possible. However, if so many bodies could not come up with an accurate opinion, now that grey cave had stabilized, they might not be able to get anything out of it. I mean, even if we can't be sure, there should be a specific direction, right? Body smiled. In the face of this junior's persistent pestering, he had no choice but to reveal a little. 5 dynasties, you're still as impatient as ever. You haven't changed even after thousands of years. You don't have to worry. After we leave, we will definitely tell you the truth that we already know. The only reason we haven't told you now is because we are waiting for someone. After she arrives, we'll do an investigation. I believe we'll be able to come up with a relatively reliable decision. 5 Dynasties was both happy and suspicious. He was happy that a Buddhist expert had come to help, but suspicious because even with his status, he could not think of anyone who could suppress these bodies in terms of strength. It was obvious that these bodies' seniors were waiting for this person's arrival. This made him somewhat puzzled. Marshal uncle, I'll know sooner or later anyway. Why don't you tell me in advance? I promise I won't spread it around. Body shook his head helplessly. He could not persuade him otherwise. It's also a body senior. It's just that his lifespan is far above ours. His insight is not something ordinary bodies can compare to. He's a peak figure of our Western Sea Buddhist sect in the main world. It's just that he's always kept a low profile and never showed himself in front of others. Fine, I'll let you know first. Among the 36 heavens of the immortal court, he's the night guardian of the 31st heavenly dragon transformation Brahma heaven, Nun Yun Hai. 5 Dynasties was very surprised. I've heard of this nun monk before. It's in the ancient records. I thought that with this Vedanta's lifespan, I didn't expect him to still be in the mortal world. He's even the night guardian of the 31st heavenly dragon transformation Brahma heaven? That's a rather high ranking. Body smiled. Nun Yun Hai is the most outstanding Buddhist monk in our Western Sea, and in fact, in the entire Western Elephant Heaven in the recent tens of thousands of years. It's just that he keeps a low profile and occupies a high position, so most people don't know about him. Only people like us who have obtained the body karmic fruit know about him. The news has already been sent out. I believe there will be a reply soon. Nun monk. That sounded very strange. Then who exactly was he? Or a monk? There were no female Buddhas in the cultivation world. It was said that women had 5 obstacles. They could not become Buddhas. If they wanted to become Buddhas, they had to first become men. It was said that bodhisattvas cultivated. Among all Buddhas and bodhisattvas, their hearts were filled with respect and joy. When they became women, their hearts would often be filled with disgust. With this as the cause, they would experience a strange feeling and obtain a man's body. Therefore, Yun Hai was originally Nun Yun Hai. In order to achieve great things, he became a monk. In the end, he became a nondescript Nun Yun Hai. He also became a great scholar. However, from the ranking of the 36 heavens, 31 heavens was extremely high. There were only 36 heavens in total. From the 33rd heavens, there were immortals living there. The nearest guardian was the 32nd heavens, Pingyu Jiao Itian. Based on the power distribution of the cultivation world in the universe, he was definitely a daoist. The 31st heavens, dragon transformation Brahma Jutian, was a nun monk. This was also the most accurate balance of cultivation. To be able to sit in this position, he was definitely capable. His vision and knowledge were extraordinary. Because he had the opportunity to come into contact with immortals, he had unique knowledge of cultivation history and various immortal methods. Only then did the 5 dynasties feel relieved. Like Changjin Qingyangzi of the 5th ring, he had no hope of becoming an immortal. His greatest hope in this life was in the Western Sea, so he was especially attentive. Body knew his intentions. This was actually the wish of most monks in the Western Sea. It was human nature. It was also the important legacy of Buddhism. Therefore, he comforted him. You don't have to worry too much for the time being. Although we don't know exactly what happened and what's behind it, there's one thing we're sure of. Right now, this gray cave is still stable in nature. The so-called chain reaction that you're worried about is unlikely to happen. That's for sure. In terms of results, it's a good thing. What we need to find is another reason. However, this reason can only be announced after Nun Yunhai confirms it. It's just a matter of time. There's no need to be anxious. As he spoke, he suddenly felt something and looked into the distance. Speaking of the nun monk is here. She's already here. Chapter 23-29. P.S. Double the amount. Looking for a wave of monthly votes. This month, the sword soldier's situation was not bad. He barely squeezed into the top 50 monthly votes. However, he was being chased by others. He was calling for readers to rise up. Sloth endured the pain of gallstones to add more chapters for you. If you don't give it to me, I'll throw the gallstones at you. The 5 dynasties also felt something, but now was not the time for him to get involved. He could only wait silently. A few days later, the great Buddhas and bodies who stayed here were all summoned together. Master Yunhai was going to answer their questions. He stole a glance and saw that the great master had a dignified and benevolent appearance. He was dressed in heavenly clothes and had a graceful figure. He was sitting cross-legged on a lotus seat. His entire body was covered in colorful light. His body was purple gold in color, and there was a bun on his head. She looked around, and everyone around her was in her heart imprint. Each of them had a Buddha image. She didn't talk much nonsense. She opened her red lips and said, "It's not right for me to come here. However, the West Sea gave birth to me, so I can't ignore it. Let's do it this way. If you have any questions, just ask. I won't mention anything else. As the saying goes, know well and don't talk nonsense. In this universe, what can really understand the countless implications?" Everyone understood what Master Yunhai meant. This was a taboo against the heavenly Tao. The higher the realm, the more scruples one had. Maybe it was because she had come into contact with many things that she shouldn't have. It was fine if she knew it herself, but she couldn't spread it casually. Or maybe she had seen the path of the immortal court and had a chance to move forward. So, she was more cautious and didn't want to rashly get involved in karma that shouldn't be involved. This was the inevitable attitude of a person who had reached a certain realm. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Master Yunhai didn't refuse them. As long as they could get to the bottom of it, Master Yunhai wouldn't lie. As soon as their divine wills touched each other, a tall body who was eloquent was elected. His name was Bao Body, and he would be the one to ask the questions that everyone had had during the past few days. Bao Body bowed and chanted Buddha's name. Amitabha. Master Yunhai, the first thing I want to know is if the sea I turned from a black hole to a grey hole has any obscure and bad effects on the future of the West Sea. I can't tell now, but there will be changes once the new era begins. This was what all the monks of the West Ocean wanted to know the most. It was related to the foundation of Buddhism in the West Ocean, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Master Yunhai lowered his eyes and answered, "My Buddha is merciful. He doesn't take things too far and doesn't seek eternity. Just looking at the current form of the grey hole in the West Sea, this was a natural choice, and it just so happened to balance the grey hole. Of course, it was less of a threat than the black hole. There was no need to worry too much about it. However, if you have your sights set on the new era, then I must remind you that no one can guarantee what changes will happen to the universe after the new era. The West Sea may change, the West Elephant Sky may change, and the East Elephant Sky of Taoism may not be able to remain unaffected. If the entire universe could change, then why couldn't the West Sea change? This is the trend of the universe's changes, and it's normal. Don't have the idea of guarding everything and enjoying the paradise for yourself. Otherwise, the greater your hope, the greater your disappointment. Everyone nodded. This was actually their judgment as well. However, humans were always more inclined to believe in authority. Even Body was no exception. Bao Body asked again, "Master Yunhai, the current result is naturally not bad, and we all understand this. However, the process is very suspicious. Why did the black hole in the sea target the boundless mountain in the sea this time? If it hadn't turned into a grey hole, would it have destroyed the opportunity of the West Sea's cultivators? If its target was other small realms, then it would be normal for history to continue, and it wouldn't be strange at all. However, it just had to be the boundless mountain. Could this have something to do with the legendary disaster in the ancient times? The ancient disaster in the West Sea was too long ago. The reason why these grand cultivators could know about this change was actually from the ancient times. They could only vaguely make deductions based on the incomplete ancient books. They couldn't be sure of the authenticity of the information, which was why they asked this question. According to legend, in the ancient times, the West Sea's spiritual energy was one of the best in the entire universe. This was also the reason why the space of nearly 100 universes could exist as one, without any weakening of energy. However, there was a great change in heaven and earth later on. It was as if the black hole had swallowed the boundless mountain, and as a result, the boundless mountain lost most of its essence, causing the West Sea to return to normal. Although it was still a top cultivation ground in the universe, it was no longer the top of the universe. This could be a legend, but it could also be the truth. Under the current circumstances, the black hole had the intention of swallowing everything. This made people's imaginations run wild. Master Yunhai's voice was calm. That's not a legend, it's the truth. At the end of the primordial era and the beginning of the primordial era, the universe's astronomical phenomena fluctuated, and great changes frequently occurred. As for the West Sea, it was when the black hole was formed. It was originally a supermassive star, but it collapsed and became a black hole. When it was formed, the black hole celestial phenomenon was extremely unstable, so it absorbed a piece of boundless mountain's core. Through this kind of natural devouring, it finally stabilized the black hole celestial phenomenon. This is the CI that we are already used to. Therefore, your worries are not unfounded. But Master Yunhai hesitated for a moment. He knew that if he didn't explain it clearly, these West Sea monks would never be able to avoid being suspicious, so he decided to give them a hint. There's something you might not know. Changes in the cave images were nothing new in the universe. The universe was vast and boundless. Even heavenly phenomena such as heavenly phenomena were not few in number. If one were to use the time scale of an era to measure the changes in heavenly phenomena, then there would be quite a number of them. One fact is that in the transformation of cave images, most of them are the exchange of black and white holes. Only in very rare cases, when the black and white holes are not successfully converted, will they be stuck at the grey hole. This is actually a very small probability event. The spirits of all the Buddhas and bodies were lifted. These words were a bit interesting. Bao Body carefully said, "Master, what you mean is that the cave image transformation this time is not actually a black hole that wants to swallow Boundless Mountain. Instead, it wants to do the opposite and spit out something for Boundless Mountain from the other side. It's only because it was stuck at the grey hole halfway that it didn't continue." Master Yunhai closed his eyes, declining to comment. Some things were not good to speak too deeply because it involved too many people and caused too much of a commotion. Moreover, some monsters were not easy to deal with. Even she had a feeling that she didn't know how to deal with them. Although these were all just feelings, at her level, her senses were very sharp. It was as if she was seeing it with her own eyes. However, because she was too clear about the fickleness of the cultivation world, sometimes she had no choice but to play dumb. Bao Body didn't give up. In terms of mental state, he was still too far away. He was far from being able to understand what he should ask. What shouldn't he know? He had a trace of an idea. It was probably what most of the monks present were thinking. Master, according to the laws of the universe, it starts from the beginning and ends at the end. Coming and going is a cycle. Doesn't that mean that what the CI is about to spit out is what our West Sea lost in ancient times? This is a good thing for us, but it might not be the same for the other side. Doesn't that also mean that it just so happens to be stuck at the grey hole's location could also be man-made? Just to avoid a certain return? Chapter 2330. P.S. Double, I'm asking for a wave of monthly votes. This month, the sword soldier's situation is not bad. He barely squeezed into the top 50 monthly votes, but is being chased by others. His calling for readers to rise up. I'm enduring the pain of my stone to add more chapters for you. If you don't, I'll throw the stone into your bowl and grind your teeth. One had to admit that as cultivators of the body realm, their thinking was extraordinarily sharp. Master Yun Hai only gave a slight hint, and these body immediately realized that something was wrong. But Master Yun Hai didn't want to continue this topic. What is return? What is return? Does Boundless Mountain belong to the West Sea? Before ancient times, it might have belonged to other sky regions. There's one thing you need to understand. No matter who it is, they don't have all the rights to the universe's nature. We only have the right to use nature's land at most, and there's a time limit. Humans are a short-lived race. Based on their lifespan, what right do you have to decide the eternal nature's ownership? You're the one who owns nature, so you can't take the so-called return for granted. Whoever stops you is an evil person, an enemy of the West Sea. This is the basis of all considerations. If you don't understand this point, the West Sea might become the enemy of the entire universe. She knew that the cultivators below might not be able to listen to what she said. But even if they didn't listen, she had to say it. She hoped that they would think more before they encountered a problem, and not just open their mouths and say, "This thing was a rock in front of my house thousands of years ago. It's reasonable for us to take it back now." Because what she said next might make their imaginations run wild. Sure enough, Bao Body's eyes lit up. "Master, we understand what you mean. That is to say, the part of Boundless Mountain that originally belonged to us has the possibility of returning? Now it's just stuck in the grey hole? Then, is this part of the mountain drifting in the wormhole, or did it not enter at all?" Master Yun Hai sighed. "It didn't enter at all. In my opinion, someone stopped the conversion of the black and white hole, and fixed it in the grey hole state." The monks were in an uproar. It was easy to imagine how powerful the West Sea spirit would become if the lost portion of Boundless Mountain were to finally return. This would be of vital importance to the development of the West Sea before the New Era or the domain after the New Era. It was no wonder that the monks were so excited. Waiting for the return of their homeland had become the mainstream voice. A few sober voices were quickly drowned out by the restlessness. They couldn't be blamed for losing their composure. Just like a mortal country, what was the greatest contribution of a country? Expand the territory. Apart from that, there was nothing else. It was the same in the world of cultivation. For the West Sea, if they could reclaim their ancient homeland, it would be a boost to the entire West Sea cultivation world, both in terms of practical and psychological effects. Just as Master Yun Hai had expected, she knew that once she said this, it would inevitably arouse the imaginations of the monks below. However, she had to say it. Paper can't wrap fire. She could still persuade these people, but if others were to drive a wedge between them, then there would be big trouble. Therefore, he only watched coldly from the side and did not say a word. After the monks calmed down, they began to regain their rationality. They still had to rely on Master Yun Hai. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know where the other end of the cave image was. In the void of the universe, there were many astronomical phenomena, and cave images were one of the rarest ones. Even so, no one could clearly count how many black holes and white holes there were in the universe, let alone determine which two black holes and white holes were connected by wormholes. In theory, the black hole of the West Sea stood here, and all the white holes in the universe could be its exit. However, wormholes were hidden in countless layers of dimensional space, and there was no way to straighten them out. This meant that the location of the exit was destined to be an unsolvable mystery, unless you dared to crawl into the cave image and crawl out from the other end. Had anyone done it before? No one had heard of it. Then, a body spoke. "Master, where is the other end of the cave image? Can you give us a hint?" Master Yun Hai did not say a word. That body bowed but did not get up. Immediately after, other body followed suit. In the end, most of the great Buddhas also bowed. This was Buddhist advice. Looking at these stubborn monks, Master Yun Hai felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. She tried her best to resolve it, but it only added fuel to the fire. It was not that she did not know what would happen if she told them the truth, but she was really worried that if she did not tell them the truth, she would definitely be used by others. When that time came, it would be the end of the West Sea. At least, it was still under control. She could still give her opinion within the limits of her ability. She was indeed the night guardian of the 31 heavens. In theory, her position was the highest, but that was just an empty position. The real authority was still in the hands of these half-immortals and the great Buddhas of the various orthodoxies in the West Sea. She had not returned to the West Sea for tens of thousands of years. How could she still talk about the orthodoxy that belonged to her? She opened her eyes and smiled coldly. There are 3 points that everyone seems to be ignoring. First, since it is a part of Boundless Mountain, there is no need to talk about the surge of spiritual opportunity. Do you think that such a huge treasure has not been discovered since ancient times? That it has been floating alone in the universe, waiting for its return? The universe's cultivation world is flourishing with each passing day. In this era, even the star fields with low spiritual opportunity are fighting for it. Such a top-grade spiritual vein that can give birth to a powerful cultivation orthodoxy is actually without a master. Is it just because of the West Sea's imprint on it? The monks did not speak. The answer was obvious. The remaining part of Boundless Mountain could give birth to the West Sea's Buddhist orthodoxy, not to mention the original core of Boundless Mountain. There was no need to doubt that it could give birth to a powerful realm, but the problem was that spiritual opportunity was not the only thing that could affect a realm's strength. There were many other things. In the universe, there was no lack of realms that played their cards to a pulp. There were quite a few of them. Internal strife, wrong sides, natural disasters, universe wars, and so on. Master Yun Hai raised his second finger. The formation of the cave image. I would like to ask everyone here. No matter what realm you are in, who among you has such confidence? Not to mention controlling it, even coming out alive after entering the cave image is a miracle. If they are on the other side of the cave, they can mobilize such a mighty figure. Have they considered the level of their own foundation? The monks remained silent. This might be a problem, but they could not rule out the possibility that it was a powerful being passing by or for some other strange reason. You haven't even tried it yet, so what reason do you have to scare yourself? Master Yun Hai finally said, distance. It is a natural obstacle. Even among the cave images that we know of, the shortest distance between the black hole and the white hole is several hundred years away from the main world. Many of them even belong to different heavens. Then, how do you plan to overcome this distance and send the power of the West Sea over? Then bring that so-called West Sea stone back home? Spend several thousand years to pull it back. Chapter 2331. P.S. Double the amount. Looking for a wave of monthly votes. This month, Sword Soldier's situation is not bad. He barely squeezed into the top 50 monthly votes, but he is being chased by others. He is calling for readers to rise up. Sloth is enduring the pain of stones to add more chapters for you. Many monks were dissatisfied with Master Yun Hai's hidden mockery. This should not be the attitude of a true cultivator. Where did the spirit of fighting against the heavens, the earth, and people go? Could it be that because the 31 days were too close to the immortal court, even their way of thinking had gradually become that of an immortal? They did not seek merit, but sought not to make mistakes. It was fine as long as they could survive. Perhaps, this was the limitation that one would face the higher one went. No wonder the epoch was changing. They had not even become immortals, but they were already in low spirits, prematurely old. A body could not help but say, the cultivators of the origin world cannot cross, but we body can. Although we do not know how to get that mountain rock back, we should at least declare our sovereignty. Even if we don't move it now, we can move it later, when the cultivation civilization is more developed and the study of cave images is more thorough, there will definitely be a chance. You must fight for the foundation of the great Tao. It is fine if you do not know, but now that you know, how can you shrink back? Many body nodded in agreement. There were dozens of body in the West Sea. In the origin world, this was a peak strength. There was no reason for them not to dare say a word. Master Yunhai looked at them with a playful gaze. I do not recommend you to go, because you may not be able to return. Bao Body's tone was firm. That is our business. Before the new epoch arrives, we would like to present a great gift to the West Sea. There is nothing more suitable than returning to our homeland. I do not know what you are worried about. You are not even willing to tell us where the space zone is and who the opponent is. Do not worry, we will not use the name of the West Sea to force you to do anything. We only need a location and a name. Master Yunhai did not take the monks' increasingly dissatisfied expressions to heart. These people's foresight was too lacking. Moreover, even if they knew, they might not dare to go. What am I worried about? Then I will tell you what I am worried about. What I'm worried about is that since someone can control cave images, Grey Hole actually has two choices in its current state. One is what you hope for. You want this place to become a white hole, and the other end to become a black hole. Then, you can get the lost stone back. But there's actually another possibility, which is that this place will still turn back into a black hole, and the other end will still be a white hole. If you want Boundless Mountain to be as whole as it was before, then whether it's the return of the lost stone or the past of Boundless Mountain, it seems that it's possible, right? When the monks heard this, they were dumbfounded. Didn't that make them bandits? She stole someone else's child, and for the sake of a so-called reunion, she even wanted to lay her hands on her mother. How could he be so unreasonable? Master Yunhai faintly smiled. Nothing is impossible. In this universe, it wasn't about who owned something, but who had the biggest fists. How many bandits were there in the cultivation world? The more he snatched, the more normal it became. Therefore, I will not tell you where the other exit is, nor will I tell you the whereabouts of that stone, because if you go there, you will only remind the other side that there are still good things in the West Sea and that they can come and snatch them. Are you all stupid? Even the landlords in the mortal world know that if their golden spoon was stolen, they definitely wouldn't be so stupid as to look for the bandits and say, "Return my golden spoon." That spoon and my golden bowl are a pair. Master Yunhai looked at these people who still couldn't see the big picture of the universe clearly and were still immersed in the glory of the West Sea. Although Master Yunhai's dharma was profound, she still couldn't avoid being sarcastic as a woman. She really didn't want to have a conflict with the other side. If these people insisted on doing things their own way, they would definitely drag her down when the West Sea was on the brink of destruction. At that time, should she care or not? Care about losing her chastity? Care about losing her heart? She had to cut off their thoughts at the source, including the possibility that someone might sow discord in the future, but her threats didn't seem to have any effect. In the Western Elephant Heavens, the West Sea, led by the Great Sage Heavens, was used to being supreme. Other than the small Sumeru world, no one dared to look down on them. As time passed, their arrogance grew, and even they themselves didn't notice it. Furthermore, the number of body they had wasn't limited to this. If they gathered together, there would be close to 100 of them. It was an extremely terrifying force. Some body secretly clashed with their divine senses and already had an idea. Of course, they couldn't force Master Yunhai to do anything. At this realm, every body had the right to have their own thoughts. This was a right granted to everyone by cultivation. But in the West Sea, there were still Buddhist teachings. The most important one was that when there was a conflict between the beliefs of the group and the individual, the group had the right to request the individual to submit. It was just that this kind of teaching was more commonly used among the middle and low-level monks. It was rarely used at the Yuanying level and above. This was because the result of doing so would cause a rift between the groups. Furthermore, Buddhism itself was a tradition that emphasized unity. But this time, the monks of the West Sea really felt like they were going all out. In fact, Master Yunhai didn't really understand this kind of feeling. She had stayed in the upper world for too long and didn't have a good grasp of the mentality of the main world's cultivation world. The things in the hearts of these people couldn't be replaced by realm or cultivation. As soon as the discussion began, Master Yunhai knew something was wrong. She, a half-step immortal, had suffered a loss when dealing with these main world cultivators, but she couldn't just turn around and leave. The Buddhist teachings couldn't be despised, even if it was just a matter of face. Traditions couldn't be broken, but she still didn't think that the Buddhist teachings would succeed, because to achieve the Buddhist teachings didn't require half of the people to agree, but 80%. In her opinion, with her earnest and well-intentioned advice, how could she not wake up 20% of the people? Among the monks present, including the great Buddhas of the sun god, as well as the body, they all had the right to vote. There were hundreds of them, but the decision of so many people only took an instant, so there was no possibility of cheating. What made Master Yun Hai sigh was that even though she had spoken a lot before, it didn't have much of an effect. Basically, every monk present wanted to know the truth behind the cave image. But whether they should really go over and use force to pull that big rock back or not, there were two distinct camps. She finally realized where she had gone wrong. The right to know and the right to belong were not the same thing at all. Many monks could still understand her worries. After all, there were no fools here. This was Buddhism, not some fanatical cult. But they still wanted to know the truth. Wanted to know where the place where Boundless Mountain used to go. What kind of cultivation civilization had it nurtured? In other words, many monks were actually voting with an inquisitive mind. Those warmongers took advantage of this point and successfully piled up the votes to more than 80%. Chapter 2332. P.S. Double the amount. Looking for a wave of monthly votes. This month, the swordsman's situation is not bad. He barely squeezes into the top 50 monthly votes, but he is being chased by others. He is calling for readers to rise up. Sloth bears the pain of stone and adds more chapters for you. When all the monks looked over with expectant gazes, Master Yun Hai sighed. There were too many similar helplessness in the cultivation world. He originally came with the mentality of getting rid of the trouble, but in the end, the trouble appeared even earlier. Things often happen like this. A group of people with different thoughts. Among them, there are curious people, bellicose people, curious people who don't know the depth, bellicose people who don't know the severity. In the end, the bellicose people will pull the curtain and then gradually intensify. In the end, everyone will be dragged down. No matter what your original intention is, whether you are willing or not, you can't escape from getting your shoes wet in the end. If time is pushed back a few hundred years and you think back to today's decision, I guess most of you will regret it. The rest is not about how firm your heart is, but you may not have the life to regret it. Master Yun Hai is bound by the Buddhist precepts of the West Sea, so she has to speak. When she is still thinking about how to say it more tactfully, she suddenly has an idea. She looks at the mysterious black hole in the eye of the sea not far away. Well, it is now a grey hole. She smiles slightly. It seems that I don't need to explain anything. The other party has come. All the monks are stunned at first, then they are shocked. After all, they are all eminent monks. Looking at the direction Master Yun Hai is looking at, how can they not know where the other party came from? When they are thinking about how to figure out the other party's stone, the other party is also thinking about their mountain. But if he can come from the cave, what kind of person is he? Someone looks at Master Yun Hai, but she closes her eyes. Whether you want to fight, talk, or threaten, I won't stop you. Of course, it is better to take him as a hostage. Someone will thank you. All the monks are a little confused, so they spread out a little. The grey hole is huge, almost half the diameter of the universe, so it is impossible to set an ambush here. Besides, there are hundreds of Buddhas here. Unless an immortal appears, what is there to be afraid of? Bao Body's divine sense spreads out. Just one person? We are magnanimous in the West Sea, so we don't need to be on guard. We are giving him face for nothing, saying that my West Sea is inexperience. Why don't we do it this way? We'll spread out and go about our own business. We'll practice Dharma and preach Zen. We'll just treat it as a cave meeting. Didn't he come through an elephant? We won't give him any face. We'll just pretend that we don't know anything and act as if we didn't notice anything. Let's see how he's going to get out of this. Subhuti clapped his hands and laughed. Amitabha. Senior apprentice brother, this is a good idea. The boundless Buddhist kingdom of the West Sea should have a grand bearing. We'll just treat him as an emissary coming to court. When he sees our formation, he won't know how to get out of this situation. Then, we can control him, and we have to find out the truth of the other side. The monks roared in agreement. Although there were some who didn't agree, they were pressed for time and couldn't say much. Therefore, each of them pretended to play chess, played the zither, painted, talked about Buddhism, and drank merrily. They really turned the grey cave into a high-end Buddhist meeting. They stayed here for a Buddhist meeting, a meeting that specialized in studying cave images. It was just that they didn't do it so deliberately. Now, it seemed a little pretentious. Although it was deliberate, it was still considered normal. They just wanted to show the momentum of the West Sea Great Buddhist realm. No one was stupid. They wouldn't do it deliberately. They all knew that cultivators who could pass through cave images were not ordinary people. At least, none of the hundreds of Subhuti present could do it. Therefore, they used this kind of indifference to resist the other side's coercion. In fact, it was a kind of psychological warfare. They didn't want to weaken their momentum for no reason. Their response was very funny in the eyes of Master Yunhai. He didn't want to care about them. He wanted to see how these guys would deal with it in the end. Just when the monks were ready, there was an inexplicable radiation disturbance in the depths of the grey cave. Vaguely, it was like a squid swimming out from the depths of the sea. The reason why it was described as swimming was because of the strangeness of this figure. It was not a normal movement technique at all. Instead, it was like a squid spitting water, jumping up and down. Of course, they didn't know that this person was using the power of cave images to move his body. It might not look good in the outside world, but in here, he was like a fish in water. He didn't have the elegance and grace of a master who had achieved Tao at all. This caused their first plan to fail. The Buddhist meeting could be used to deal with a dazzling appearance, but it didn't seem to match a sneaky thief at all. Yes, it was sneaking. This figure didn't have a dignified posture at all. It first appeared in the depths of the grey cave, then with a few jumps, it had already slipped to the edge of the grey cave. It was like a mouse stealing oil, checking to see if there were any living people in the master's kitchen. Although the spatial distortion caused by the radiation waves made it difficult to see the person's appearance for a while, one thing was certain. It was the daoist robe that was hated by the people of Western Elephant Heaven. It was indeed a daoist. It was indeed an old enemy. It was really too despicable. This was also what they had been worried about. If the opponent was a powerful daoist, would it cause a universe-level conflict between Taoists and Buddhists? However, the monks who could stay here were at least great Buddhas of the young god level. There were no weaklings. Of course, their temperaments were very calm, but they wouldn't make a fuss out of nothing. Even if the daoist's behavior was strange, it was nothing to the knowledgeable monks. After all, in the face of absolute numbers, any small tricks were meaningless. They wanted to see what this guy was up to. This daoist was indeed very strange. Logically speaking, if the monks discovered him, he would also discover the monks, but this daoist didn't dodge at all. This caused the monks to admire his courage. In fact, there was a deeper layer of consideration in the reason why they put on a Buddhist appearance, and that was to numb the daoist. Otherwise, if this guy plunged back into the grey cave, would they chase after him or not? They had to lead him further away so that it would be easier to surround him. They didn't know if the daoist had figured out this trick or not. Now it seemed that he was either fearless or careless and didn't have any sense of danger at all. Being an emissary also had its dangers. Whether in the mortal world or the cultivation world, emissaries had died because of their own mouths. The daoist left the grey cave without hesitation, but he didn't speed up. Instead, he looked at the monks with disdain, and his mouth was dirty. A gathering of heroes, a meeting of radishes. As soon as he raised his hand, a cigarette appeared between his fingers. He put it in his mouth, lit it, and blew out a smoke ring. He looked around and immediately found another unique wonder of the West Sea not far away, Wuya Mountain in the heart of the sea. He was full of admiration and nodded repeatedly, laughing. This trip is not in vain. This mountain is destined to be with me. Chapter 2333. P.S. Double the amount, please give me a wave of monthly votes. Swordsman's situation this month is not bad, he barely squeezed into the top 50 monthly votes, but he is being chased by others, calling for readers to rise up. Sloth endured the pain of gallstones to add more chapters for you. The robbers are here. Bow Body could no longer hold himself back, he cried out sadly, Oracle. This belongs to my West Sea, how is it fated to be with Oracle? Lu Xiaoyi glanced at him, if I like it, it is fated to be with me. You can ask around in the universe, if I like it, who dares to fight with me for it? What he said was true, as long as Oracle Lu fought, no one would be able to win against him. But, it seemed that they had only fought a few times. When dealing with Oracle, the key was not how to fight, but how to stop him from fighting. Oracle was a smooth donkey, the key to how to deal with each other was the direction in which you stroke. For nearly 1,000 years, countless examples had proven this fact. Those who stroked in the opposite direction and wanted to pinch from time to time were already dead, but if you stroked in the right direction and knew how to control the strength in the key areas, there would be no problem. The Buddhas of the West Sea might not understand this, as they did not have much contact with it, and many things were heard from legends, but the demi-immortals were different. There were different opinions about how many deaths Oracle had before his position in the heavenly eye was taken away, but even the most conservative guess was above 100. It seemed that all the demi-immortals of the West Sea together were not enough. But Oracle did not seem to plan to make up for the number of demi-immortals recently. He started a new chapter of death, he started to mess with demi-immortals. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Although they were not familiar with each other yet, since they had worked together in the inner and outer Jingtian, they had more or less cooperated with each other in the heart plate. Therefore, they could barely talk. The Buddhas were still a little embarrassed, they did not know how to put down their pride naturally, but they soon understood why they were Buddhas, and why some monks could achieve body. The bodies surged forward. It wasn't as if they were fighting. Instead, it was natural and cordial. It was as if they had met their closest old friend. They had come from thousands of miles away to meet you. Yes, they were meeting you now. Bow Body was indeed worthy of being the spokesperson chosen by the bodies. His cleverness was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. He did not take Aos's words seriously at all. Instead, he took it as a joke to show his friendliness. This was how one interacted with others. When one's skin was thick enough, most of the so-called hardships in one's life were actually nothing. It was all because of the thin skin. Your presence brings light to the West Sea, Escort Sai. We Taoists and Buddhists work together to maintain the order of cultivation in the universe. We know each other from a long time ago. You have me in you, and I have you in me. Just like the spirit of this mountain, two flowers bloom, each beautiful branch. Lu Xiaoyi was baffled. Why did it sound so strange? He did not say anything. He only looked at these monks with an inexplicable playfulness. His smile made the monks' hair stand on end. They were extremely nervous. In the cultivation world of the universe, the West Sea was not afraid of anyone. They all had the ability to provoke others. They all had the confidence to retreat if they had no other choice. This was why they dared to boast shamelessly about declaring their sovereignty. But there was one world that could not be done. That was the fifth ring, far away in the eastern elephant heavens. This was the universe's most famous bandit world. It had become stronger and stronger after several universe wars. It was even showing signs of cleansing itself with the changing of the era. It was washing its identity as a bandit to become a leader of a new trend. There was even a shameless little world that shamelessly gloated when it came into contact with others. My planet was robbed by the fifth ring back then. This was just like how the prostitutes in the brothel would never forget to brag even when they were old. The founding emperor of the dynasty had even rolled around on the bed sheets of this old lady. Because they were close, they did not take any money. It was actually a dine and dash. The hearts of the people were not what they used to be. The fifth ring was such a world. It had almost all the disadvantages of being an opponent. A long distance. A huge group of half-immortals. A cruel and merciless style that did not care about martial ethics. And the most powerful leader of the main world. Therefore, Bao body naturally changed his role. This was a judgment that a body must have. It was a cultivation quality that a Buddhist monk must have. Bao body smiled like a pancake and said heartwarming words. The two branches are different in terms of weight. Of course, the fifth ring of the domain core is heavier. The boundless mountain here is just the outer layer of the domain core. It is insignificant. In ancient times, the outer layer floated across the universe and came to the West Sea. That was why the West Sea was prosperous. This is the reason why we West Sea monks have never forgotten and are inexplicably grateful for it. But since it has been so long, the outer layer has long become old and tattered. Why don't we ask Master to give us a few more years and not be in a hurry to take it back? Lu Xiaoyi was enlightened. Oh, so the West Sea and the fifth ring have such a close relationship. I was wondering why the fifth ring's young domain felt a little thin. So it was stripped of a layer in ancient times and floated here? If that's the case, then our families are still, Bao body said solemnly, cousins. Less than the fifth ring. Lu Xiaoyi was very hesitant. So they are cousins. If that's the case, then the debt can't be settled so clearly. Wouldn't it damage our relationship as relatives? Bao body nodded. Blood brothers settle their debts clearly because they are close to each other and are often together. If we don't settle our debts clearly, it won't be easy to get along with each other. Cousins are cousins. We don't usually see each other, but we only see each other once every few million years. If we settle our debts too clearly, we will lose our relationship. God sigh, you see. Lu Xiaoyi laughed loudly. I originally thought that I was just passing by, but I didn't expect it to become a relative. Well said, well said. What borrowing or not borrowing? When have you ever heard of the fifth ring asking for something that was given out? Since it was given to the West Sea, it now belongs to the West Sea. No one should mention it again. Whoever mentions it will be driving a wedge between us as relatives. I know him, but this flying sword doesn't know him. This reply made the great Buddhas below dumbfounded. How did it become a relative's gift after all that was said and done? So the West Sea had taken advantage of the boss. In the cultivation world, strength was respected. This was vividly reflected in this contact. The hypocrisy of the world was so realistic that it made people speechless. But you couldn't say anything, because in terms of practical ability, they might not be able to get the core of the fifth ring's young domain back from the distant eastern elephant heavens, but this guard Lu could now get the boundless mountain back through the cave elephant heaven. This was the core content of this exchange. Then, if they didn't mention it again, wouldn't the West Sea have taken advantage of it? It was like a bandit robbing the whole street but leaving your house alone. Shouldn't you feel grateful? This logic was there, but it made people feel sour in their hearts. Other than blaming their arms for being too thin and their legs not thick enough, what else could they say? In any case, they had recognized a relative. It didn't seem like they had gained nothing. Chapter 23-34. Therefore, everyone was happy. This was how the cultivation world balanced the orthodoxies of different realms. It was very realistic and cruel, but this was the truth. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. He finally understood the true intentions of these guys. If he hadn't come, there might have been a lot of trouble in the future. He wasn't afraid of the fifth ring, and he was even less afraid. However, in this kind of time window, it really wasn't appropriate to cause waves between two large domains that were so far apart. Because of the distance, the trouble would inevitably happen between the half-immortal body and then between Taoists and Buddhas. This was not a rational choice. Lu Xiaoyi knew this, and so did the monks of the West Sea. Therefore, they could only be relatives. Which rich family didn't have relatives? The key was that when the two sides met, they could avoid people with ulterior motives. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the cultivation world. It was not a secret that the 5 rings had caused such a big commotion and the sea eye of the West Sea had turned into a grey hole at the same time. Most of the half-immortals were well-informed and quick-witted. Under such a coincidence, it was not difficult to guess the truth. Therefore, it couldn't be hidden. It was not scary to have an accident. The key was to solve it and not hide it. This was Lu Xiaoyi's principle. Therefore, he came here from Defy to solve the doubts here. He didn't expect to run into a monk's nest. Seniors of the 5 dynasties, are you well after the crimson farewell? Lu Xiaoyi greeted his acquaintances warmly. In fact, he didn't care about the body. They were just unknown pawns when they went back to the inside-outside sky or the land of the yellow dragon. On the contrary, people like the 5 dynasties were a bit like the Qin Kyoko of the 5 rings. They were the real masters of the West Sea and should be treated seriously. The 5 dynasties felt very respected. This was a very special feeling. Even though he was tormented badly by the crimson farewell, if he was defeated by someone like Escort Lu, it would become a kind of qualification. That was how people interacted, developed, and stumbled forward amidst countless strange situations. The 5 dynasties replied enthusiastically, after the crimson parting, Oracle's glory is even greater than before. Oracle's legend is everywhere in the universe, and he has already become an influential figure of the new age. It is a great fortune for us cultivators to be able to live in the same era as custodians. I heard that Aosi once stayed in the small Sumeru realm for a short period of time. His Dharma is not inferior to the people of Buddhism. Since fate has brought us together today, why don't we use the West Sea Cave meeting as an excuse to invite the custodian to preach Buddhism to us and listen to the expert's opinion? All the monks applauded. For cultivators, academic exchanges were the most essential way to get along. One's Tao state couldn't be faked, and neither could one's thoughts. Using this method to get to know each other was much more useful than simply acknowledging a relative. Back then, Lu Xiaoyi had stayed in the Lesser Sumeru realm for almost 100 years, and he did not hide it from everyone. When the news spread to the West Sea orthodoxes were also quite jealous. Although the 2 pillars of Western Elephant Heaven's Buddhism still stayed out of each other's way, that was only on the surface. There were still turbulent undercurrents. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers, unless one was male and the other was female. This was the truth. No matter where, what era, what environment, this had never changed. It was precisely because of this feeling that no West Sea monk had gone to the Lesser Sumeru realm for an exchange in the past 100 years. It was not that they did not want to, but it was because they wanted to compete. They even spread the news that the Lesser Sumeru realm was colluding with the Taoists. In fact, it was the mentality of saying that grapes were sour when one couldn't eat them. Of course, only people with status like Lu Xiaoyi could receive such treatment. If it was someone else, who would care about you? If they did not like you, they would just kill you. This was the effect of Lu Xiaoyi's fame. He wanted to walk a completely different path from Li Wuya. If it was Li Wuya's style, he would be happy, but if he could not achieve his goal, it would be a tragedy in the end. He did not like tragedies. He liked a happy ending where the prince and the Grey Widow lived happily together. Buddhism was a hurdle that he could not avoid if he wanted to achieve his goal. It was right there. He could not pretend not to see it and deceive himself. In terms of population, he had already done a lot. He had received a lot of support from the demonic beasts. The numinous treasures also had some foundation. Not to mention the human race, it was too big. There was no way he could do anything about it. Population was just one aspect. Orthodoxy was another. He was a Daoist and had a natural sense of identity. However, this did not mean that he could ignore the Buddhist sect, which had always been second in the cultivation world. From the beginning, he did not treat the Buddhist sect as an enemy. At least, not all of them. In the Eastern Elephant Heaven, the relationship between the Buddhist sect and the Eastern Elephant Heaven was already very difficult to salvage. Then, he would beat them to death. However, towards the Buddhist sect of the Western Elephant Heaven, he should still focus on getting along with them. As for how far they could go, it would depend on their fate. The advantage was that because of the distance, there was no direct conflict. They could always talk. Distance made the heart grow fonder. But he still had a lot of things to do to turn this hazy beauty into a good impression. So when the West Sea monk proposed to hold a Buddhist conference nearby, he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, everything he had done before would have been in vain. However, he said, Master's suggestion is exactly what I want. However, there is one point that needs to be made clear. I'm not learning the Buddhist realm to curry favor, to placate, or to rope in anyone. My heart yearns for it, so I'm learning it. It's that simple. Because in my opinion, Taoism and Buddhism have coexisted for millions of years. There must be a reason for their existence. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. They all have extremely high achievements in their respective fields. This is a fact that no one can erase. Acknowledging this point is the cornerstone of our peaceful coexistence. We shouldn't think that we're the only orthodoxy in the entire universe. This is the realm of solitude, but it's not the realm of Buddha or the realm of Tao. Looking at the monks, when he was about to start bluffing, his eloquence was still very impressive. However, I'm still a Taoist. This is a mark that cannot be erased. It shouldn't be erased, just like how the masters will never erase their own Buddhist marks. Since I'm a Taoist, I shouldn't be opening an altar. This is the respect one orthodoxy has for another orthodoxy. In the Eastern Elephant Heaven, in the fifth ring, I should be the one opening the altar. No one can snatch it from me. However, in this place, only you can open the altar. This is a matter of priority and must be clearly distinguished. Let's gather together and talk about our own experiences, shall we? Let me say this in advance. As a Taoist who practices the Buddhist realm, I might have a lot of ideas that you Orthodox Buddhists find shocking and rebellious. This isn't disrespect, but a difference in perspective. It's also not intentional blasphemy, but using the perspective of development. Just like how I might find your beautiful daughter-in-law ugly. This really can't be forced. The monks laughed. The Buddhist Dharma hadn't been preached, but they couldn't help but secretly give this escort Lu a thumbs up. With just a few words, his EQ, IQ, and Buddhist Dharma were all in it. His straightforwardness and boorishness didn't make people feel disgusted, but secretly made them feel close to him. This person would definitely have a place in the new era. The only difference was how high this place was. Chapter 2335. Master Yun Hai watched from afar, but did not approach. She had her own way of knowing the approximate location of the opposite side of the black hole. She also knew the location of the fifth ring in recent years. Therefore, when the cave image was transformed into a grey hole, she could not think of a second person who could do all this except for Lu Xiaoyi. The missing part of Boundless Mountain was in the fifth ring. She had long known that from an immortal's casual chat. However, she had kept this secret for tens of thousands of years. If this incident did not happen, she would have continued to keep it a secret, because she was very clear that there were no victims here, nor were there any benefit. Everything was the uncanny workmanship of nature. Humans should not fuss over things outside of their lifespan, to judge whether this was mine or yours. It was meaningless. In fact, it was all the universe's nature. The change of the cave image was unexpected. This was not within the expectations of humans. It was purely the internal law of nature. However, when all this really happened, it was not as difficult to find out who did it. After all, in the main world's cultivation world, there were only a few people who had the ability to do this. She was very surprised that as a swordsman, Lu Xiaoyi could also do it. This also confirmed some of the popular guesses of the half-immortals. It must be the new Tao realm, but it was hard to say what it was called. However, if he could use this new Tao realm to stabilize the cave image, it meant that this Tao realm was almost complete. Otherwise, it would not be able to do such a heaven-defying thing. This was a terrifying person. It was not because he could pass through the cave image, nor was it because he was aggressive. It was because he could instantly change himself from a notorious bandit to an expert who dabbled in both Buddhism and Taoism. The specific things were not important. She was more concerned about the balance of the overall situation. A Taoist who was even willing to accept Buddhism's teachings, what was his upper limit? Where did he place himself? It made people's imagination roam. What was it that could stand on the top of Buddhism? This was what she was really concerned about. Therefore, she quietly observed. She wanted to see what this person, who had used only a few words to completely eliminate the hidden dangers of the present and the future, was thinking, "A good person must have great evil." And vice versa. The monks were really holding a Buddhist conference this time. Hundreds of monks were standing in front of Grey Cave, using cave as their boundary and cave as their topic. Bow body threw a brick to attract jade. He explained the West Ocean Buddha lineage's understanding of cave images, their debate, their focus, and their differences. He did not hide anything at all. This was because they were mainly speculating. If they were to act coy and secretive in front of someone who could truly enter and leave freely and influence the vision, they would truly become a laughingstock. In the end, he said, our views are like glowing worms to the stars. In front of everyone, we are all armchair strategists. What a joke, Defy. Have you taught me anything about this? Looking at the eager gazes of the monks, Lu Xiaoyi smiled and began to preach. Regarding nature, Taoism and Buddhism emphasize different things. To be honest, Buddhism focuses on emptiness while Taoism is more natural. Therefore, in this aspect, Taoism has to go further. This is the truth, and it is also a direction that Buddhism needs to improve. If in the future, there will be less fighting between cultivators and more exploration of nature, it will be a blessing for the cultivation world. Since it is cave images, it cannot avoid the five ties. This is the beginning of all things, the beginning of chaos. A speck of emptiness reflects on the infinite universe. Lu Xiaoyi did not hide anything. There was no need to. It was like a discussion between a great scientist and an ordinary layman. Even if you revealed all the formulas and theorems, what could you do? What you should not understand was still not understood, and what you did not understand was still not understood. If you had to understand these things bit by bit and learn from the beginning, would you still be a disciple of Buddhism? This was from the perspective of knowledge. If you looked at it from the perspective of the larger universe, cave images were one of the most dangerous astronomical phenomena in the universe. It had caused countless tragedies and should become the common goal of human research. There was no distinction between Taoism and Buddhism. It should not be something that should be kept to oneself. Of course, he was only talking about the basic theory of cave images and not the changes he made to the small universe in his body. That was a personal secret that could not be imitated. It was also a little unsightly. However, even if it was the basic theory, he spoke for a full 2 hours. Even the monks did not expect Escort Lu to be so frank and not hide anything. They could not help but admire him. Not to mention the previous matters, just the respect and reverence for the universe and nature made many people feel ashamed of their inferiority. This was the breadth of mind. Those who could achieve great things and climb to a high position must have this. On this point, Escort Lu's breadth of mind was worthy of his position. However, Taoism and Buddhism were different. Even if he spoke so much and was so detailed, it was indeed helpful to the monks. However, this kind of help was far from their ability to enter and exit cave images like Escort Lu. This was not because Lu Xiaoyi did not explain clearly enough, but because Buddhism itself was lacking in the aspect of nature. This was not the direction they were good at. There were also some who were unwilling. A great Buddha was prepared to die. Buddha is merciful. If I don't go to hell, who will? If I don't go in and see for myself, how can I truly understand the truth of cave images? Others will always feel shallow. Escort Lu, do you have any special instructions? Lu Xiaoyi glanced at him. Buddha is merciful. If you don't go to hell, who will? I feel that this is the correct concept of seeking knowledge. Escort Lu finally began to stir up the water. After all, he was never a preacher. Stirring up shit was his specialty. Under the strange gazes of the monks, he began his performance. Cave images are one of the most inconceivable celestial phenomena in the universe. It has appeared since ancient times. In the historical records, it seems that it has only increased and there are no signs of it decreasing. Then we have to consider this fact. How can such a celestial phenomenon that is extremely harmful to all living things in the universe exist in the universe? And it is increasing. If this is the will of the universe, then what does this manifestation of will represent? This is what we cultivators should really explore. Seeing that he had attracted the attention of all the monks, Lu Xiaoyi began to lead them into the ditch. In my opinion, cave images don't simply represent destruction, because people only see black holes. Very few people pay attention to the white holes on the other side of the cave images that are connected by wormholes. If we treat such cave images as a whole, a trinity, or even a quaternary, we can have a new understanding of cave images. Black holes represent death and destruction, while white holes represent change and rebirth. In other words, is the will of the universe encouraging this constant change and rebirth? Allowing all things to no longer be restricted to their original form? This is the meaning of devouring, not for destruction, but for replacement. To allow better, newer, and more suitable things to appear. Is it the same when combined with the realm of Tao? I heard that in Eastern Elephant Heaven, there are already people who have created such a Tao of devouring. In fact, it is a kind of adaptation to the changes in the universe. But regrettably, in Western Elephant Heaven, where Buddhism is the most prevalent, I don't see such a mentality of seeking change. With such stagnant progress, I don't know how long Western Elephant Heaven can maintain its position in the Buddhist lineage. A Buddhist lineage that doesn't know how to innovate and adapt, and only knows how to cling to the teachings of their ancestors. What future will there be? Chapter 2336. Lu Xiaoyi's real purpose was to promote his theory of subverting the order of the immortal court in Buddhism. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud. It wouldn't be too obvious if he only talked about devouring without mentioning the heavenly tribulation and samsara. It was both accidental and inevitable that he would use the question of insight to open his bewitchment. Since the monks of the West Sea were so insistent, he couldn't refuse too much, right? Insight and devour had a deep connection. This was not a lie, and it was also the reason why he had the guts to swindle people here. This Buddhist meeting was carried out in the collision of countless ideas. Lu Xiaoyi didn't expect to change the monks of the West Sea at that time. It was completely unrealistic. He only needed to prick a thorn and wait for it to sprout. He had plenty of patience. A month later, the monks of the West Sea who were satisfied and a little confused began to disperse. Generally speaking, everyone was satisfied. Although the grudge between them and the Taoists couldn't be resolved with this exchange of insight, their impression of Lu Xiaoyi had changed a little. This was what he wanted to do. He wanted to sow the seed and wait for it to sprout. The monks of the West Sea invited him a lot, but he rejected them very straightforwardly. Everyone understood that he was in the land of the Yellow Dragon. In fact, the monks were already surprised that someone like him was still floating outside and didn't go to the Yellow Dragon to set up a Taoist tablet. He was really patient. Seeing the monks disperse, Lu Xiaoyi flew to the last one in the distance. A nun. I'm Lu Xiaoyi. Greetings, Master. I'm Yun Hai. Greetings, Superintendent. Lu Xiaoyi was a little dissatisfied. Dharma name and such can't show sincerity. I don't call myself Dharma name out of respect, but Master seems to. Yun Hai didn't care, but she didn't want to say more. I've long forgotten the name. It's the same as Yun Hai. It just fits. Yang family of the West Sea is probably like this. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Superintendent and Yang family, what a coincidence. You and I are fated. Master Yun Hai stopped him and said, don't say that. It's just the arrogance of some Buddhists who don't know how to respect themselves. Real monks wouldn't say that. Between you and me, there's no need to talk about hypocrisy. Are you planning to roast the West Sea over a fire? Seeing that he couldn't hide it from her, Lu Xiaoyi also admired her in his heart. The night watchers of these 31 days were indeed extraordinary and had some tricks up their sleeves. Even he couldn't figure out their background. It seemed that being close to the immortal court, one could really learn some real skills. Some people want to be roasted, but they don't have the chance. With your discerning eyes, you should know whether or not these monks of the West Sea are qualified to stand on fire. Master Yun Hai said playfully, so, you're doing this for me to see? Although I don't want to wallow in the mire with some people, It doesn't mean that I will follow Superintendent's instructions. Actually, she had also received an invitation to participate in Yi Zhangtian's attack on the sword range, but she had politely declined. As far as she knew, most of the 32 night watchers had rejected the invitation like her. The truth had proven that most of them were still clear-headed, and those who were submissive were destined to become cannon fodder, because they couldn't hold on to themselves, and couldn't keep their heart. To her, the night watchers didn't mean anything. Even if she lost the care of the immortal court, it wouldn't change because of this. Moreover, what was the meaning of the immortal court's care now? Her home was almost gone. How would her family dogs live? The 3 night watchers couldn't see this point, which was why they were in such a difficult situation. However, she also thought that as the center of this incident, the sword vein's arrogance might not be a good thing. It was too dangerous to walk together with this broken ship. Lu Xiaoyi smiled slightly. You don't say. His efforts were really aimed at this Master Yun Hai. Because among the monks present, only this one had enough foundation. As for the others, it was purely like playing the lute to a cow. For some people, this opportunity is like poison to them. It's like being roasted on a fire. But for some people, there are people who are not afraid of fire. Or rather, only through fire can one become a talent. Master Yun Hai frowned. Superintendent really thinks highly of me, but this path doesn't work for me. I'm afraid that Superintendent has found the wrong person. Lu Xiaoyi was unmoved. You didn't find the wrong person. Master, you're just right. Master Yun Hai was disgusted. This person was very boring. He wanted to harm the order of the immortal court, but he didn't want to stand up for himself. Instead, he wanted to drag someone else to take the blame. Who was more stupid than who in the cultivation world? How could they let his trick succeed? Previously, this person's wisdom was unfathomable. Now, it seemed that he was naive and ridiculous. How could he use such a simple strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? Or did he think that her identity as a nun was weak and easy to bully? Lu Xiaoyi was not in a hurry. Master, you've been in the 32 heavens for a long time, so you must be very familiar with the immortal court. I know that there are countless fairies in the immortal court. Not only did each of them have great achievements, but they are also extraordinary. They are the most beautiful scenery in the immortal court. But I heard that they are all Daoist fairies. There are no female Buddhas in the immortal court. I wonder if it's true or not. Master Yun Hai's heart shook. She finally knew why this bandit was targeting her. There are indeed no female Buddhas in the immortal court, but it doesn't mean that women can't become Buddhas and ascend to immortality. They just need to change their appearance and become a man. It's not difficult. Lu Xiaoyi stared at her. The body, hair and skin are given by the parents. They don't dare to damage it. This is the beginning of filial piety. This is the cornerstone of human civilization. Regardless of whether you cultivate or not, I don't think Master has any doubts about this, right? For the sake of one's dreams, one has to pay a price. But there must be a limit to the price. I don't know if changing one's appearance is considered a limit. But if it's me, I don't mind not becoming a Buddha. Even with Master Yun Hai's mental state of nearly 20,000 years, she was so agitated by these words that her face turned red. She did not know how to answer. Lu Xiaoyi still did not let her go. I heard that after becoming an immortal, you can see the past and the future. In the void underworld, you have the opportunity to see the souls of your loved ones. I just don't know if when that time comes, you can recognize your loved ones. But will your loved ones recognize you? Lu Xiaoyi's words were like a steel needle that pierced the softest part of Master Yun Hai's heart. It was hard to say if what he said about seeing the past and the future, and seeing the souls of the reincarnated loved ones was true. It could also be a beautiful wish of the cultivators in the lower realm. But what he wanted to express here was not whether she could see the souls, but the core idea behind it that embodied the value of human nature. In a certain space-time, in a certain world, as long as one's loved ones were still alive, they could use medical skills to change their appearance and gender. But that was an era where human nature was distorted. In the current cultivation world, it was treacherous and subversive. Master Yun Hai raised her head. her eyes filled with killing intent. This was the first time she had lost her composure in tens of thousands of years. She had to admit that he was exactly as the legends said. If this guy in front of her was the second best at attracting hatred in the cultivation world of the universe, no one would dare to claim to be the first. Chapter 2337. Lu Xiaoyi acted as if he didn't see the reaction of the high-ranking nun. With his tenacious nerves and perverted mind, he would feel a sense of pride whenever he saw others go berserk. I know you're angry, but you can't do anything to me. Why are you glaring at me? I'm not the one who made the rule that the immortal court doesn't tolerate female Buddhas. I can't control the fact that I'm a woman either. Since it has nothing to do with me, why do you want to kill me? Is it just because I spoke the truth? Master Yunhai said word by word, escort Lu, if you can't give me a convincing reason, then today, only one of us can leave here alive. Lu Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes and refused to back down. I hate it when people threaten me. I wanted to say it, but I won't anymore. Since I'm getting bored in the cave, why don't I exercise my muscles with you? But I can tell you responsibly that you'll be the one to die. Even if you're rich in the immortal court, you won't be able to withstand my flying sword. Come and try me if you can't accept it. Master Yunhai found that he couldn't stand it anymore. When this swordsman became arrogant, it was as if the whole world couldn't bear his face. The sharpness of his mouth made people restless and impatient. She knew that he was right and that it had nothing to do with him, but she couldn't stand his tone. If she could tolerate this, then she didn't need to cultivate anymore. She might as well be someone else's follower. She struggled in her heart. How did things turn into a battle of personal feelings? And it's a battle of life and death. She kept reminding herself to observe from the side, but who knew that she would still fall into a situation that she couldn't control? It seemed that there was no other way except for life and death. While feeling sorry for herself, she forced herself to adjust her breathing, hoping to suppress the restlessness in her heart. At least she wouldn't lose too much in the battle. The swordsman's sword was just too fast. While she was preparing to circulate her qi, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly laughed. Forget it. I won't fight with you. In your current state, it's not fair for me to win. My heart softens whenever I see a woman. It's an old problem. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds, and with another flip of his hand, he could summon rain. His subtle psychological control caused Yunhai to lose all of his will to fight and all of his confidence. He was clearly giving up when he had the upper hand. It was as if he was giving her a way out, but it made her feel deeply humiliated. However, she didn't want to change this helplessness through battle. Only now did she truly experience the terror of Escort Lu. He was a devil. He didn't even need to draw his sword, but he had already made her, a dignified member of the 31st Day Watch, completely lost. One could imagine what those cultivators who obeyed the orders of the immortal court had experienced in the winged heavenly capital. He didn't even dare to think about it. It was as if Lu Xiaoyi had changed his face. It was as if he had been possessed by an alien instead of himself. His smile was very sincere. Big Sister Yang, don't blame me for speaking too much. I do have a purpose, but I'm a person who speaks openly and always upholds the principle of win-win. If I've offended you before, please don't take it to heart. Everyone in the universe knew that Escort Lu had a special characteristic, which was that he would always call a woman sister. If he had called her that from the beginning, Master Yunhai would definitely have left in a huff. She wouldn't spoil this kind of shameless person who took advantage of the situation. She had a lifespan of nearly 20,000 years, and this guy only had 3,000 years. Call her sister? He might not even be qualified to call her great-grandmother. But now that they had crossed swords, she had already lost her initial pride. She couldn't stop him at first, so she could only let him do as he wished. Now, she was extremely embarrassed, but she couldn't do anything about it. I say, big sister, although we have just met, we have been friends for a long time. Just based on big sister's character and temperament, how can you be someone without a bottom line? The reason why I let him do as he pleases and don't ask for change, and would rather change my appearance than think of other methods, is only because of habit. I feel that everyone has been like this for millions of years, so how can I be different? This way of thinking isn't wrong at all. Order is like this. If I were to advise you like this in the past, then I would be harboring evil intentions. But the era is about to change. The rules are about to change, and so is the order. There is nothing that can't be changed. This is the grand trend of the universe. It is a trend, a change that even the heavenly Tao tacitly allows. In that case, why can't the situation of the immortal court not having a female Buddha change? Master Yun Hai's heart trembled. She knew that this shouldn't be the case. But she couldn't control herself from thinking that way, because what this demon said was the desire that had been hidden in the depths of her heart for tens of thousands of years. Why not be the first female Buddha? Big sister, do you know what this means? You are a beginning, a benchmark. Even if millions of years pass, even if you are no longer around, people will still praise you. Because you are the first. Because you have opened a door for countless women who are good Buddhas. Your merit is immeasurable. Why can only men become Buddhas? Is this the so-called Buddhist concept of equality of all beings? Even one's own mother, wife, and daughter can be treated as lowly. Should such rules be followed? Women are the cradle of life, the indispensable half of the sky in the cultivation world. For this goal, if you don't know how to work hard in such an environment where the era is changing, then I can only say that you are completely hopeless. Master Yun Hai's body swayed. She felt that she was really hopeless. She knew that Escort Lu was good at bewitching people and deceiving all beings. Even with all her precautions, she still fell into his trap and completely fell into it. It seemed that she still didn't want to climb out. Lu Xiaoyi's tongue flew everywhere, her saliva splashing everywhere. The new era. Everything is possible. But if you don't work hard, everything is impossible. The universe is in chaos, and the great Tao is collapsing. You are not the only one who wants to change. I also want to change, you also want to change, he also wants to change, everyone also wants to change, countless changes. Can you stop it? Why not try? As the saying goes, the law doesn't punish the majority. Who dares to say that they can't succeed? You may be helping me, but I may also be helping you. In fact, everyone is helping each other and rushing forward together. The key is that you are actually helping yourself. P.S. What's going on? With 13,000 votes, you can't even stand firmly in the top 50. If you don't even help yourself, who do you expect to help you? Looking at the messy Master Yun Hai in the void, Lu Xiaoyi laughed in his heart. I have two swords. One is visible, and the other is invisible. They are equally sharp. He didn't have to encourage Master Yun Hai to change her cultivation to devouring. In fact, it didn't matter what she cultivated. As long as it was a deviation from the orthodox path, he would support it. The key was to set off a storm of change in the cultivation world. Whether it was Taoism or Buddhism, only then could he fish in troubled waters. Only then could he completely rise to the top of the three most important great Taos and truly change the order. All these needed to be covered. Countless changes needed to restrain the energy of the conservative forces, making them confused and unable to distinguish which changes were fatal. When they finally found out, everything would be too late. Chapter 2338. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for monthly votes. The monthly votes list has gone crazy. Sloth's 50th place is about to collapse. Master Yun Hai's face was gloomy. She was struggling in her heart. This was no longer a matter of temptation, but the core of realizing the value of life. It was a matter of the meaning of 20,000 years of cultivation. It was a matter of humiliation and dignity. It was a matter of cowardice and courage. It was a matter of self-preservation and giving up independence. It was a matter of all problems. She had to make a choice. No matter whether she was willing or not, she couldn't avoid her heart. She couldn't muddle along and muddle through. She couldn't secretly think and do things secretly because the great Tao didn't allow her to muddle along. Just as this damned sword cultivator had said, everyone would change together, causing the conservative forces to be unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. They would be in dire straits. Holding the gourd and floating the ladle would eventually be full of loopholes under such a revolutionary force. As long as one hole was opened, 1,000 miles of dike would be destroyed by an ant hole. As long as there were enough ant holes on the dike. At this moment, Yun Hai had completely recovered her usual calmness. Her 20,000 years of cultivation allowed her to quickly calm down even under such an impact. She began to weigh the pros and cons rationally. That's right, she was weighing the pros and cons. Because of her 20,000 years of cultivation, she no longer did things based on hot-bloodedness. Instead, she analyzed carefully and looked forward boldly. She immediately realized that even if she stood out and became one of the ants in the nest, she wouldn't be the most eye-catching one, because this sword cultivator's scheme was definitely much bigger than hers. A female Buddha might sound like a great change, but if she thought about it carefully, it would not be able to change the foundation of the immortal court. To the higher-ups, it was just an itch. Who didn't have a mouth and chicken eyes? She looked at Lu Xiaoyi and her eyes became deep again. I can make a decision and even a promise. But before that, I need a real answer from the custodian. You and I have never met before, and we have never interacted before. We only know each other through bits and pieces of rumors. Don't talk nonsense like we've been friends for a long time. What I want to know is, why me? We've only met once, and you're already so sure that I'll join your camp. Why didn't you go and leak the information and receive a reward? Lu Xiaoyi looked at her and smiled. Let me guess, you're part of some Kuan Dao organization, right? The event was huge, and the number of attendees was more than 100 million. Originally, I wouldn't have been able to find you, but who told you to be so outstanding? You're unique in terms of cultivation level, ranked number 1. Master Yun Hai's eyes widened as he looked at him in disbelief. She finally knew who this swordsman was. Next to the members of the Kuan Dao Society, there was also a ranking list of green clouds, which was specially prepared for the women's friends. Compared to the members of the Kuan Dao Society, the number of people on the ranking list was not worth mentioning, but there were still tens of thousands of people. Other than that, there was only the glittering code name at the top, First Friend. Although the rules were fair and no one had any special privileges, those who were at the front could still see more. Vaguely, Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, "That's why I called you big sister. It's not to take advantage of you. Tell me, with our close relationship, who else should I look for if not you? If I don't believe you, who else should I believe?" Master Yun Hai was somewhat dazed. It's over. The Kuan Dao Society is over. As long as it's related to a disaster like you, how can it be good? Lu Xiaoyi did not try to defend himself. After getting on his boat, he still wanted to get off. What was she thinking? Although he did not understand this Master Yun Hai, as long as he looked at her position in the Kuan Dao Society, he had already clearly sent out a message. Was she someone who knew her place? Who was she trying to fool? She was nothing more than someone who hid herself very deeply. She was the kind of person who hibernated in a high position but acted in a low-key manner. She carefully judged the situation around her and was ready to jump out at any time to grab a piece of meat. He was not disgusted by this at all. This was the normal state of mind under the Great Change. Instead, it was those indifferent people who were the real headaches. Therefore, he did not hesitate to speak so much nonsense at the spiritual conference. On one hand, he wanted to rope in those who might not have any achievements in the new era, but would have an impact on the cultivation world of the origin world. On the other hand, he was targeting Master Yun Hai. It was normal for Big Sister Yang to have some fate with Superintendent Sai. It was natural. Master Yun Hai found that in this short period of time, her mood had been really fluctuating. Continuous mental attacks had hit her continuously. This person's rich experience had stimulated a cultivator like her to doubt herself. Had she lived 20,000 years in vain? But there were some problems that could be decided. Good. I will do my part when the epoch changes. But it will not be devouring. I will not promote this devouring Tao realm in the West Sea, but I will not stop it. I can still help you pull in some of the night watchers of the 32 heavens. Actually, it's not really pulling, but they have already sensed it. We will join this revolution in our own way, not yours. I think this is also your plan. It's better if we don't know each other. As for who will go up and who will go down, who will win and who will lose, it's up to God. Lu Xiaoyi said playfully, Big sister, you really don't want to know what I'm plotting? Maybe if I reveal some things, it will increase your confidence. Master Yun Hai flatly refused. No. I'm afraid that if you really say it, I won't have the courage. Also, I'm really not your sister. I can't afford it, my shoulders are too narrow. Go and harm others, okay? I'm begging you. Lu Xiaoyi was very disappointed. There's no need to be so distant between us, right? You help me, I help you. It's mutually beneficial. Master Yun Hai was very firm. Don't mention it again. Your Buddhism is your benevolence. If you don't go to hell, who will? It's fine if you don't help, but with your help, you can make a big deal out of a small matter. Sooner or later, you will help your stinky body out. Don't contact me in the future, I don't know you. But there's one thing you can rest assured about. Our power can't be underestimated. In the revolution of the Great Tao, we are also a force that can't be underestimated. He turned and left. Don't send me off. See you never. Lu Xiaoyi smiled as he watched Master Yun Hai leave. He knew in his heart that it wasn't his power that made these scheming night watchers change their minds. How could it be? There were dozens of them, all of them. Among these dozens of night watchers, there were bound to be some who wanted to change, some who wanted to take advantage of the situation. He had only lifted this veil. In truth, these people had been searching for opportunities for change and establishing a brand new Great Tao for thousands of years. The advantage of hooking up with Master Yun Hai and the other night watchers was that they could help each other. There was no need to deliberately do anything. When you finish singing, I'll take the stage. We'll help each other. You're the gourd and I'm the ladle. Everyone floated upwards together. At a critical juncture, everyone could reach a consensus to work together. This was meaningful, a very important meaning. These people were true veterans. They had been secretly watching for a long time. There was no need to doubt their ability. Chapter 2339. Lu Xiaoyi had gained a lot from this trip. This insight phenomenon crisis had allowed him to obtain benefits in all aspects from beginning to end. The complete three wholes as one, the complete devouring Great Tao, and the hidden revolutionary power of the main world. The only regret was that Yang Po she seemed to be on guard against him, not giving him any chance. Now that this matter was over, it was time to leave. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt something, so he stopped and stood there silently. A moment later, time suddenly stopped, as if everything had entered an instant of stillness, even the operation of the grey hole temporarily stopped. The next moment, there was a continuous sound of shattering, extremely clear. Saint Virtue, Blessed Virtue, Nether Virtue. 3 Taos collapse. The West Sea was like a pot of boiling water, countless figures rose into the air. The continuous chanting of Buddha's name rose and fell one after another. There was excitement in the sadness. 3 Taos collapsed at once, and now, there were already 20 great Taos that were no longer there. The monks pursued their great Taos with complicated feelings, but Lu Xiaoyi did not join them. At the same time when 3 great Taos collapsed, countless insights poured into his mind. That was the nostalgia and recollection of the lost companions when the 36 innate great Taos were as one. Just by these sorrowful thoughts, he had already vaguely touched the true essence of these 3 great Taos, and the rest was just the refinement of time. After cultivating for 3,000 years, he finally passed the most important juncture of great Taos, and no longer needed the help of great Tao fragments to fully comprehend great Taos. Just like this time, he achieved the goal of understanding through the resonance of the 36 innate great Taos. Of course, This method could only be used by him. For others, their bodies had not been transformed into a small universe, and they had not cultivated so many great Tao concepts, so it was a kind of understanding of great Tao that could not be replicated. As time passed, more and more great Taos collapsed, and it would be easier for him to comprehend. In the end, he did not even need the great Tao to collapse, and before that, he could deduce the great Taos that did not collapse through most of the other great Taos. It was a gradual process, and the great Taos were interconnected. Now that he had mastered more than 20 great Taos, the rest were no longer mysterious to him, and it was natural for him. He no longer needed to rack his brains to snatch them. He finally had the demeanor of a grand cultivator. There were still 4 more, and he would reach the threshold of the collapse of the 24 great Tao, which was also the opportunity for him to take the second step. For this, he had already prepared for many years, especially this time. The heavenly insight opened up a new horizon for him. Now, the understanding of the 36 innate Taos was no longer the top priority. What was more important to them now was to create their own Taos. Learn, understand, deepen, draw inferences, and then create. Polishing. Perfect. Take shape. This was what a cultivator should do. However, the feeling of pursuing the great way through action was still very nostalgic. Looking at the busy monks, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This kind of happiness no longer belonged to him. To him, it was the end of the story. In his melancholy, his body began to rise. This time, he planned to go to the Heaven's Choice continent through the exterior. He had already decided that before going to the land of the Yellow Dragon, he would enter the Sword Dao Stele for the 3rd time. This was because he didn't know when the Sword Dao Stele would disappear as the number of Dao Steles on the Heaven's Choice continent increased. That book contained Li Wuya's ultimate understanding of the way of the sword. There were things that had not been left behind in other places. With his current level of insight, he needed to understand it well and see how he could pass down Li Wuya's set of things. This was his responsibility. He had the obligation to contribute to the inheritance of the Sword Dao, whether it was his own things or others, including Chong Lu's, San Qin's, Wu Shixing's, Hu Xuedao's. They all left something in the Sword Dao Stele that they didn't leave behind at the dome of Xiao Mountain. These could not be lost. As he rose up, Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but think of a human face in his heart. Center Buyi. This Taoist had already proven his ability. Next was the stage of equal exchange between the two. He didn't know what this guy with great magical powers needed his help with. He was very calm. Lu Xiaoyi appeared in the vicinity of Zhu Xian's bounded domain. This was because this was the place in the negative space that was closest to the Heaven's Choice continent. Since he was already on the way, he didn't mind going in to take a look. Some old people, some old sights, they were all missing. The chessboard of heaven and earth could be considered an old friend of his. It turned a blind eye to his arrival, and even took the initiative to remove the traces of him crossing the boundary to show its friendliness. Of course, he didn't need this now. When he first came to Juxian, the chessboard of heaven and earth looked extremely domineering and mysterious. Now, in his eyes, it had long lost that feeling. It was just an outdated innate spiritual treasure. He remembered that when he first came, he was treated as a pawn. At that time, he was dissatisfied and swore that one day, he would capture all the true monarchs of Juxian to be his chess pieces. Thinking about it now, his ambition at that time was very laughable. Now, he could do it, and even control the chessboard of heaven and earth itself, but that ambition was long gone. Simple happiness, if you didn't do it at that time, it wouldn't be considered as happiness. Therefore, one must enjoy life to the fullest. This sentence really explained the true meaning of life. It wasn't that people would change, but that happiness would change. Just like the current him, it was already very difficult for him to find something that could truly make him happy to do. If happiness wasn't there, what was the meaning of life? Was it only supported by a sense of responsibility? How long could it last? He first came to Shaking Shadow, the place where the Juxian sword vein had risen. More than 2,000 years had passed, and it was still the same. The only difference was that it was even more prosperous. In these 2,000 years, many things had happened here, but overall, it was still relatively smooth. There were 3 points that guaranteed the rise of the shaking shadow sword vein. First of all, Juzian itself was a relatively stable environment. This was very important to the development of a sect. Furthermore, the shaking shadow sword vein was somewhat special in Juzian. The few upper realms had taken special care of it. This was something that the other sword vein couldn't compare to. Secondly, there were still a few shaking shadow veterans in the swordsman army that had followed Lu Xiaoyi on the expedition. In the end, they chose to return to their roots. For cultivators with limited prospects, this was a very normal choice. They were the backbone that supported the Shaking Shadow sect, and thus laid a solid foundation for the Shaking Shadow sect. The scope of the Shaking Shadow sect's disciples was not just limited to the Shaking Shadow sect, but also all the talents in Juzian who were interested in the path of the sword. Finally, because of an important person in the Shaking Shadow sect, Lu Zhu. To the Shaking Shadow sect, having someone in the upper realms wasn't just a lie. They really did have someone. This thigh was very thick, so thick that it wasn't just the Shaking Shadow sect's thigh, it was also the thigh of Juzian, and even the thigh of the rising powers in the entire universe. Who would dare to challenge such a orthodoxy? This was also the reason why the Shaking Shadow sect was so glorious now. Chapter 2340. However, all of this was meaningless to their thigh, Lu Zhu. That was because he didn't recognize anyone anymore. It had become unfamiliar, and had become faintly alienated. He was very clear that this might indeed be a sword vein, but it was only a sword vein with the mark of Juzian. It didn't have the mark of the 5th ring Shenyuan sword vein. This wasn't their fault. It was just the environment. Although there weren't many sword vein in the universe, that was only relatively speaking. There were still quite a few of them. They couldn't become Shenyuan because they didn't have the environmental conditions to become Shenyuan. For example, the Shaoying sword vein in Juzian was like a flower in a greenhouse. It was the temperament of the entire Juzian. It didn't have the courage and bravery of Shenyuan. This couldn't be forced out. It could only be subtly influenced by the environment. Therefore, the reason why Shenyuan became Shenyuan was also because of the environment. In front of him was Qingkong's Wuju, and behind him was the 5th ring of the universe. He was always on tenterhooks as he wandered, facing all kinds of suppression at any time and place. Therefore, he was ground into the sharpest sword in the universe. The tip of this sword was Li Wuya. Now, the hilt was Lu Xiaoyi. They were all flying forward with this sword in their own way, flying towards the light or the darkness. He stayed quietly outside the Shaoying small realm, quietly paying homage. Often, there would be young swordsmen who would roar past him, but no one could discover this almost transparent shadow. That was a high-level application of the light and darkness space. It was something that ordinary cultivators couldn't understand. When he was young, he was very curious about those big cultivators who stood with their hands behind their back and meditated like a wooden chicken. He thought that it was just a kind of posture. Life was short. If they had the time to stand here and stare blankly, they might as well do something practical. But now, he understood that it wasn't really a daze. It was the long river of memories remembering the things that they had lost. Those regrets, those joys, those setbacks, those successes, those things, those people. When he realized that he could finally understand these things, he knew that he was old. Unconsciously, he began to understand Li Wuya's feelings at that time. This is very dangerous. He reminded himself in his heart. In a cultivator's life, the state of mind was a very strange thing. There was no end to it, and there was always room for improvement. However, the ancient books of cultivation often mentioned the law of the change of the state of mind between Yuanying and Yuanying. There were very few people who talked about the change of the state of mind for higher-level cultivators. It seemed that once a cultivator reached the level of true monarch or half-immortal, there was no need for a state of mind, or perhaps the state of mind had already reached perfection. This is wrong. The higher one's realm was, the more inexplicable those mental states were. The simplest emotion was also the most hurtful emotion. It was like a piece of fine sandpaper, gently rubbing against the softest part of your heart. Rub you until your life is bleak and desolate, and you are full of melancholy. Where will you return to? Loneliness, loneliness. This was the emotion he often felt now. Looking at the objects reminded him of her, and he felt even more melancholy. This was not an emotion that he should be feeling right now. It was too early. Just like the first sentence on the title page of Li Wuya's biography, "I don't want to be an emotionless rock." Lu Xiaoyi turned around and left. He also didn't want to. He didn't go to the carefree continent because he didn't want to cause trouble. The old man with white eyebrows was very unusual. He might not be able to escape the perception of such an old fox. He couldn't face the old man with white eyebrows. He didn't know what to say to him. This old man was also a very curious person. With the character of the people in Zhuxian, they wouldn't be able to accept it if he revealed a little bit of this matter. They might not be willing to accept it either. It would be very awkward. It was better not to meet him, so as to avoid roasting the old man with white eyebrows. If Senior Ka wasn't here, the carefree continent might not be so carefree for him. He came to another continent, the Yellow Court continent. In Lu Xiaoyi's life, excluding those who spent money and occasions, there were only about 2 women who were serious, Han Yang and Xia Bingji. Han Yang didn't need to think about it. She had the body of a phoenix. After her identity was clear, she wouldn't have any contact with human men. This was good for both of them. Xia Bingji had a firm Taoist heart. She was indifferent to the relationship between men and women. Since the two of them broke up on the Rust Star Jindan, she had always had this attitude. This made Lu Xiaoyi, who appeared to be cheerful and indifferent, but was actually proud in his heart, couldn't be as shameless as those people in the secular world. He was a person who respected others, especially women. What made him depressed was that in his cultivation life, he had many senior sisters. Yang Kang, Yang Dai, and Ka were the few who were close to him. However, they all lacked the opportunity to break through the window paper. He felt strange. Why weren't the others like this? The good women he met were all devoted to the Taoist path and didn't care about the relationship between men and women. Yang Kang was needless to say. Jin was Bu Lian's. Maybe he was a little mischievous at the beginning, but later he really treated her as an elder sister. But what about the others? Even though he boasted that he was experienced and had great means, and could be considered a little divine master in the field of flowers, he didn't seem to have been in a real relationship. Many of them went straight to the point. They only focused on the results and didn't talk about the process. He finally realized the difference between him and Li Wuya. Li Wuya had a wife, but he didn't. Li Wuya had an unforgettable love, but he didn't. Why? This was what he had been struggling with. It wasn't until Yang Dai left him a letter at the dome that he understood a little. On the surface, the letter asked him to take over the 5th ring navigation study. However, this was just a pretense. The real content was to remind him that he had made a huge mistake in his relationship with his senior sisters. That was, when he was dating a woman, when the other party said no, it was possible that she didn't think so in her heart. Especially for those women who were proud and didn't want to belittle themselves. In this case, the solution was very simple: use force. Of course, it was appropriate force. This involved a very subtle psychological confrontation between a man and a woman. To put it simply, Lu Xiaoyi was too outstanding. He was so outstanding that he didn't realize what his status was in other people's eyes. However, on the surface, he appeared too casual, too frivolous, and too impatient. This would give people the impression that he didn't care about anything, that he was just playing around, and that he didn't take anything seriously. If the target he chose also had such a character, then it would be like a tortoise looking at a mung bean, and they would hit it off immediately. However, the key point was that Lu Xiaoyi didn't like this kind of person. He only liked those who were truly outstanding cultivators. This created a misunderstanding. Lu Xiaoyi thought that he was respecting others. He worked hard to maintain this demeanor, but in reality, he was hurting others and hurting himself. His senior sisters didn't want to lose their modesty so easily. They had thought that as this person grew older, there would be a day when he would be enlightened. Who would have thought that this idiot had already enlightened all the other orifices except for this one? When they finally understood Lu Xiaoyi's character, because they had been reserved for too long, it had formed a cold habit. They could no longer take the initiative to make concessions and hint at him. Gradually drifting away. Good things come with setbacks. Chapter 2341. Xia Bingji gently lifted her skirt and slowly glided in the valley under the night sky. This was her valley, a place that belonged to her alone. From the time Jindan was assigned to this valley, it had never changed, until the current supreme sun spirit. She hadn't taken that step yet, but she knew that she would take that step sooner or later. Under the almost old-fashioned cultivation system of Huangting Taoism, most cultivators were like her. They just followed their own pace and didn't change anything because of the changes in the outside world. This was also a kind of cultivation attitude. She liked this kind of peaceful life, but she didn't want to get involved in the storms of the universe. She didn't want to search for fragments in the universe, and she didn't want to travel thousands of miles to the land of the Yellow Dragon to observe the Tao tablets of those geniuses. That was someone else's, not hers. She only needed the ladle that belonged to her alone. Her mentality was incompatible with her peerless appearance. People always thought that the most beautiful flowers should bloom in a place where hundreds of flowers bloomed, to receive the attention of thousands of people and listen to the praise of thousands of people. But she wasn't like that. She liked to bloom in a cold and empty valley and only show her beauty to the people closest to her. If there were no other people, then she would bloom for herself to admire. Since she was a child, she had always been the one who attracted the most attention. Not only was her cultivation potential outstanding, but it also showed in every other special aspect. She could play the most beautiful zither, write the most artistic calligraphy, and draw the most spiritual mountains and rivers. Her flower beds were always lush, and the elixirs she refined were praised by even the masters of alchemy. In every aspect, she strived to reach the peak. She was the best, the disciple of others. She was the only one who knew that even though she was putting on a show for others, she didn't like it herself. She was a person who lived for others. For the sake of those hypocritical competitive people. It wasn't until her realm slowly rose that she realized what her real hobby was, which was doing nothing, sleeping in, being in a daze with nothing to do. There was no pressure to plan. There was no struggle under pressure. If one had to ask her what her hobby was, it would probably be swimming. She liked to be free like a fish and enjoy the gentleness of the water. She floated in the water and completely isolated herself from the ever-changing world of cultivation, even if she was deceiving herself. Therefore, she was rarely as busy as other supremes in the universe. She could easily manage her own life and cultivation, and her realm was actually not left behind by others. In Huangting Taoism, everyone praised her for her innate Daoist qualities and that she would become an immortal in the future without any effort. Regarding this, she only smiled faintly. No one understood her. She was a person who wouldn't give herself any pressure, but at her current level of cultivation, who in Yellow Court Mountain could give her any more pressure? She liked this remote valley for a very simple reason. It was because of the secluded spring in the valley. Every time she soaked in the spring water, she would be far away from the faint loneliness. It was as if this was her universe, her everything. Just like now, he had solved a thorny cultivation problem in a few short years of seclusion, and the first thing he did after coming out was to return to the embrace of the spring water. There was no other person in the entire valley. This was Huangting Taoism, and she was the top young spirit supreme here. For 1,000 years, no one dared to intrude without notice because she was Xia Bingji, the fairy of Huangting and also the fairy of Juzian. Anyone who dared to blaspheme would be torn to pieces without her having to do anything. She swam in the water like a fish. The familiar temperature and the familiar fragrance of the water were her world. It was really difficult to cultivate alone. It wasn't because of the so-called cultivation method and Tao realm, but because of the loneliness that would always exist and couldn't be dispelled. People, one stroke and one restraint, were supposed to support each other. Just a stroke and she couldn't stand firm. It wasn't her body that couldn't stand firm, but her mind that couldn't stand firm. Would she become a stone after cultivating? Then she would really become a stone woman. In her life, there weren't many things worth remembering because they were all familiar scenes, familiar contents, and the same process, making it hard for people to recall them. The only thing that she couldn't forget from time to time seemed to be a memory. If she didn't mention the reflection after waking up, that should be the happiest year of her life, right? Even if she was actually deceived. No one knew that the famous and pure ice fairy in the Immortal of Dew actually had such an unbearable past. And this period of the past had actually become one of the few days that she could count on her fingers to remember. The fairy's coldness was a template that people talked about enthusiastically, but no one knew how much of a price one had to pay to maintain such coldness. If a person was like this, how could an immortal endure it? She couldn't believe it. If a person like her really became an immortal, how could she spend the endless years? What was worse was that the more indifferent she was, the more natural the improvement of her realm became. She was speechless when she saw others flattering her on the surface and secretly envying her. She didn't want to explain anything. The more she explained, the more others would say she was pretentious. Maybe she was indeed a bit pretentious. She cultivated to a level that the vast majority of cultivators in the origin world couldn't even dream of, but she still felt sorry for herself. I'm really lonely. If you don't reach this realm, you'll never be able to understand this feeling, and when you reach this realm, you disdain to explain it to the masses. You can't explain it to them. This wasn't just her problem, but everyone who reached this level had a problem. The only difference was that everyone had a different way to deal with it. But among all the methods, the most unreliable was to make new friend. People like them had long passed the age of heart to heart. Now was the principle of exchange of benefit. If friends were like this, then there was no need to mention the deeper level of relationship between a man and a woman. The universe was vast. Beyond supremes. Unless it was for mutual assistance in cultivation, dual cultivation, she had never heard of anyone staying together just because they liked each other. She had long understood this principle. But what made her speechless was that she still had a trace of expectation. A young girl's feelings were always poetic. The charm of cultivation was that it could keep you young forever. When you put on makeup in front of a mirror and saw a face as beautiful as a flower, a poetic feeling would naturally come, unstoppable. But when you saw a face full of orange peels, what was worse was that her appearance hadn't disappeared, but instead became more and more crystal clear. Floating in the spring water was the only place where she could allow herself to let her imagination run wild. Once she reached the shore, all these thoughts would leave her and she would once again return to that pure and untainted ice fairy who didn't eat the food of mortals. Just as she was still immersed in her little thoughts, she slightly turned her body, intending to slide over a coral reef. But with this movement, she immediately felt that something was wrong. Her body inexplicably felt a strange sense of powerlessness. This was simply impossible for a young spirit. She raised her elemental energy again, but there was still no response. She had been plotted against. Who was it? How could they be so bold? Chapter 2342. P.S. The activity at the starting point makes people speechless. When I ask for tickets, I only ask for the tickets in your pocket. Don't forget, I don't want you to spend money. Subscriptions and monthly tickets are the greatest support for me. If I ask for anything else, it would be too much. Reading books quietly, enjoying our dream of cultivating immortality, and relaxing yourself in the dream, this is what sloth can give you. And you have already given sloth too much. Some friends take the initiative to tip me, and I still want to thank you. But in this fickle world, there are some things that can't be changed. So, we don't fight for anything. Ever since I was a sword disciple, I have had this attitude. Thank you again to all my friends. If you like it, you can subscribe. Reading should be a very clean thing, and it's not good to talk too much. Xia Bingji had never thought that in Huangting Mountain, the important place of her sect, where there were many big formations and experts, someone would sneak in and attack her. What was the purpose? What was the intention? Was it an individual action? Or was it targeted at Huangting Mountain? She remained calm and collected. After all, she was a young spirit supreme. She wouldn't scream and panic like a little girl. Although she hadn't experienced many life and death situations in her 3,000 years of cultivation, the calm temperament unique to Huangting Taoism still made her feel stormy in her heart, but she still looked calm on the surface. She used the most hidden secret method to save herself. She was very clear that if the opponent could attack a peak young spirit like her without making a sound, he or she would be at least at the same level as her, or maybe even higher. Therefore, she couldn't expose that she had noticed her abnormality and needed to solve it secretly. At the same time, she was ready to send out a warning. She was still worried that this was an action against Huangting Taoism. This was her first instinct as a young spirit supreme cultivator. If it was a single person, then it might be the heart compass borrowing Tao realm that had been rumored recently. She wasn't too worried about this. Anyway, she didn't take the so-called fragment of the Great Way too seriously. As for beauty, this was the most impossible. This was the thought of mortals. No one would have any designs on a young god or Kuan Dao because it was almost impossible to control. If they wanted to take another step forward, it would be no different from courting death. However, her judgment was obviously wrong. Her opponent was very experienced. He immediately made his move the moment she noticed it. Before she could react, a pair of large hands had already touched her waist from behind. After removing her defense in an instant, a layer of goosebumps appeared all over her body. The big hand moved slowly. At the same time, the two bodies intimately stuck together. This made Xia Bingji realize that she was in danger for the first time in her life. No, it was the second time. For the first time, someone had approached her from behind and hugged her waist while spouting nonsense. She tried her best to remain calm because she might only have one chance. This person's strength was too terrifying. Until now, she still didn't know how this person approached her without making a sound. How did she suddenly lose the ability to resist? She only had one chance, and it was the final move that every Kuan cultivator would prepare for themselves. She did not care about her own life or death, but she must make this thief pay the price. A scorching breath came to her ear, and someone chuckled in her ear. Did you remember something? We thought about it and used all kinds of methods, but we didn't think about it in the water. Do you want to try? Xia Bingji's body trembled. As soon as this person spoke, she knew who this evil thief was. If it wasn't for the fact that the memory from more than 2,000 years ago was too distant, she should have already judged it from the breath, temperature, skin, and the technique of his hand. Her strength instantly returned to her body, and she regained control of her body. This was not because her secret technique had succeeded, but because the evil thief had taken the initiative to withdraw. However, she still did not look back and tried to speak in a stiff tone. We had an agreement. The voice behind her was very rogue. An agreement has a time limit. This is not the style of a cultivator. You are also not a foundation establishment Jin Dan. Don't talk to me about the code of conduct of cultivators. If a foundation establishment Jin Dan can do it, there is no reason that a half-immortal can't do it. Lu Xiaoyi. Don't make me look down on you. The voice was unmoved, and his hands were still strong. In this universe, I'm afraid that you are the only one who dares to look down on me. I'm sorry for using this method to look at you. There is no other reason. I just miss you. Xia Bingji's heart softened, and her eyes became a little moist. She had been waiting for this sentence for more than 2,000 years, waiting for this person to be unreasonable, but she didn't expect that this person would change from a swindler to a gentleman. The voice was still whispering, cultivation is too tiring. There wasn't even a single person who could speak properly. I'm afraid that if I continue like this, I will turn into a stone. So, I wanted to find you. Let's think together and think of a way. Xia Bingji choked. What if I don't want to? The voice chuckled. You have met a swindler, but I don't know if you have met a rapist. The two of them thought for the whole night. From the spring to the shore, they finally thought of the soft bed. After a night of torment, the young spirit's body was naturally fine, but his mood was tired. After waiting for 2,000 years, he suddenly relaxed. She glared at him. Why did you suddenly think of coming back? You've been thinking for more than 2,000 years. Lu Xiaoyi hugged her apologetically. This can only mean one thing. A woman's mind is even more difficult to understand than the 36 carnate great Taos. And I don't seem to have any talent in this area. This was his real purpose for coming to Juzian, to make up for his regret. He had wasted more than 2,000 years. In the end, if senior sister Yang Dai hadn't reminded him, he would probably never be able to make up for this regret in this life. He claimed to be a friend of women, but in fact, he didn't understand women at all. Ever since he came to this world, he had never experienced a serious relationship. It didn't matter if it was spectacular or ordinary. Some things were better after experiencing it. Only then would one know how to cherish it and know that it was not easy to get. Before becoming a stone, everyone had a soft heart. Only by being warm to each other could they go further. He didn't subconsciously see her as a burden and fear her like a tiger. He was very curious. Actually, at that time, I really wanted to be together, but I was afraid that forcing you would make you unhappy. Xia Bingji asked, forcing? Why didn't you consider forcing yourself on Rust Planet? In the end, after achieving your goal, you suddenly became a gentleman? Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. It's a pity that it's been 2,000 years. How many times would I have thought less? Couldn't you have given me a hint back then? Xia Bingji was very serious. At that time, I wasn't sure. I didn't want to give up cultivation. I was afraid that these problems would affect my state of mind. I couldn't make up my mind, so I hoped that you would be more proactive. In the end, you looked indifferent. The two of them hugged tightly. Even though they were the most powerful cultivators in the world, they seemed to be two independent people who supported each other. In fact, they didn't say that the frivolity and ignorance of their youth and their confidence in the future made them not care about these things at that time. However, as time passed, they gradually realized that they had lost the most precious thing. In the mortal world, it was destined to be a tragedy caused by arrogance and conceit. There was no room for redemption. Fortunately, they were cultivators. The long years gave them a chance to correct themselves. This time, Lu Xiaoyi didn't miss the opportunity. Before he came here, he didn't even think about what would happen if he was really rejected. He just didn't want to leave any regrets in his life. It seemed that this was not the only regret. Chapter 2343. There was finally laughter in the valley, which was precious to people like them. Simple happiness was so easy for mortals, but for people like them, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. For a 1,000-year-old monster, it was a kind of happiness for them to find someone they could completely relax in front of. They didn't have to think about what they should and shouldn't say, and they could indulge their bad habits that they never showed on the outside. They had known each other for more than 2,000 years. Although there was a long gap in between, they could be considered as an old couple after 2,000 years of caring for each other. Although they no longer had the rash passion of their youth, time had brewed this experience into old wine, which had its own mellowness and longevity. They had their own way of getting along. Taoist Huanzhen and 3 other old Taoists came to the Horseshoe Valley together. The reason why it was named Horseshoe Valley was because there was a small lake in the shape of a horse's hoof. In the 100,000 mountains of Huangting Taoism, the scenery was ordinary. However, because of a cultivator here, the Horseshoe Valley was now a very famous place among the Huangting Mountains. The beast was noble because of its owner, and the land was named after its owner. The owner of the Horseshoe Valley was the famous ice fairy in Huangting Taoism. She chose this place as her abode when she was in Jindan. She cultivated until she reached young spirit and became the most powerful cultivator in Huangting Taoism. She had never changed her abode for more than 2,000 years. It was not that she was not qualified, but every cultivator had their own preferences and habits. It was nothing for her. She could wander her whole life and not establish her abode. Huangting Taoism was a very strict and old-fashioned sect. Their old-fashioned style was not shown in the creation of martial arts, but in the persistence of the ancient system. They never went with the flow and chased after new things. This had not changed for thousands of years. Changes in the outside world kept on coming and going. In the end, they returned to the rhythm of ancient times, which was not considered to be out of touch with the times. In the construction of the mountain gate, Huangting Taoism was one of the few sects that made full use of the power of the big formation. Not only did they have the big formation of the mountain gate, but they also had the small formations of the peaks and valleys, which were all taken care of by the sect. This was the old school's way of doing things. They were a bit stricter when it came to the personal privacy of cultivators, unlike the casual carefree mountain sect. They took care of the specific mountains and valleys themselves, so no one would care about these trivial matters. Huangting's way of doing things was helpful in managing middle and low-level cultivators. Of course, at the realm of Yuanying, with privacy, it was normal to add a layer of concealment. This was the right of a superior. Most people would exercise such a right. Cultivators valued privacy very much. There were also those who did not care and were selfless. The Ice Fairy was such a cultivator. The small array in the Horseshoe Valley had always been managed by the sect, and no private array was set up. However, the more it was like this, the more no one dared to rashly enter, because the Sun God Supreme himself was the most dangerous array. Recently, a very inexplicable piece of news came from the main array of the mountain gate. The Ice Fairy, who had lived alone for thousands of years, actually showed that there were often two people living together in the past few months. This was a very unexpected discovery. It wasn't that the disciple controlling the array did it on purpose. It was just that the small array was displayed in such a manner. Since the Ice Fairy didn't mind the existence of the small array, some basic information would appear on the pivot button of the array, clearly visible. Was it a little abnormal? The Yuanying controlling the array didn't dare to neglect or question it. He could only report it step by step. In fact, he still admired and respected the Ice Fairy. The Ice Fairy was Huangting's business card and face, so it was normal for everyone to pay special attention to her. Cultivators, of course, could have their own friends outside. Not to mention a few months, even if they lived here for a lifetime, no one would deliberately care. Even the Zhuji phase had such a right, not to mention the top of the sect pyramid, the Sun God Supreme. In theory, not to mention one more person in the valley, even if there were hundreds or thousands of people, this was the right of the Sun God Supreme, and no one would say anything. But the Ice Fairy was different. This was an instinct in the subconscious of human beings. The Ice Fairy could live alone until she grew old, but if there were guests in her room, of course, no one would really think so. The Ice Fairy's character was famous in the whole of Juxian for her self-respect. She was simply the role model of the word fairy. Could it be that she was a friend of a Kuan guest? The matter was not big, but in recent months, the Daoist in charge of transporting and purchasing things to the valley had reported that there were really two people in the valley, and the one living with the Ice Fairy was really a man. The food had also changed from vegetables, fruits, and other bland things to big fish and meat. There were also barrels of good wine. The Ice Fairy had a simple personality, and there were only a few houses in her cave. Now, there was one more person, and there were no new buildings in the valley. The upper echelons of the Yellow Court Dao sect were gossiping about this. If a man had gossip, it was romantic, and dual cultivation was practicing martial arts. But if it happened to a role model like the Ice Fairy, a role model also needed to be packaged. Although it had no practical significance, it also involved the face of a big Daoist. If she was a notorious slut, it would be fine, but her image to the outside world was that of a fairy. She couldn't just change her image casually, could she? It was a headache. After all, her status, strength, and realm were not something that could be criticized by just one sentence. They couldn't even talk about it specifically. They could only beat around the bush when facing each other. The problem of personal morality was a taboo among the higher-ups. After thinking it over and over again, it wasn't good to be straightforward, but it also couldn't be ignored. Left with no other choice, a few of the most respected and experienced old young gods of the Golden Court could only find an excuse to come together. They used the opportunity of discussing the recent situation in the universe and the collapse of the three fragments to enter the valley to investigate. While they were at it, they also wanted to see who this divine being was. How could he dare to pluck the most beautiful flower in all of Jew under broad daylight? It was fine if they secretly ate and took it, but they didn't even show their faces. They didn't even see her family. It was the first time these old young gods had done such a thing. It was very awkward, but they had to come because Daoist Huanzhen had given a strict order. No one was allowed to hide from this kind of embarrassing internal affairs. When they came to the entrance of the valley, Daoist Huanzhen's face was calm and he coughed lightly. "Junior sister, we came here by chance because we were worried about the recent chaos of the fragments of the three virtues. We happened to pass by the valley after drinking, so we wanted to ask Junior sister's opinion on this matter. Is it convenient for Junior sister?" A bright voice came from the valley. "Senior brothers, I'm really uneasy about your presence. It's just a small matter. You can just tell me. Why do you have to come here personally? Please come in, I happen to have some good tea." The old Taoists touched each other's divine senses and shook their heads. Just by hearing this voice, they knew that the rumors outside were mostly true. Before this ice fairy only had one sentence: "It's private, not official business. I'll just follow senior brother to the main hall." This was troublesome. Chapter 2344. The old Taoists braced themselves and walked into the valley. The scenery had not changed. It was a small valley with several tile-roofed houses. Under the autumn sun, Junior Sister Bing was brewing tea at the stone table in front of the house. When they saw Xia Bingji again, their impression of her was still dozens or even hundreds of years ago. This was also the norm for great cultivators. It was just a matter of divine sense. Why would they need to visit in person? It was also because of this that their purpose of coming here was not pure. It was somewhat deliberate. This fairy was somewhat different from dozens of years ago. It was not difficult for great cultivators of the yang spirit to maintain their youth. As long as they wanted to, it was not difficult to go back and become a child. Junior Sister Bing was the same for thousands of years. She always looked like a pure young girl. This was also the age that great cultivators liked to stay the most. But now, Xia Bingji had completely changed her style. This feeling was not that of a young girl, but a young woman. It could not be said that her appearance had changed drastically, but there was a special aura on her face. Was it vitality? Was it budding? Was it glowing? In any case, it was like a 1,000-year-old flower that was suddenly watered and fertilized by someone. The old Taoists sat down in front of the stone table awkwardly, but their awkwardness had just begun. Not only was there the fragrance of tea in the air, but there was also an even stronger smell. It seemed to be coming from a tile-roofed house. Was that the smell of stewed meat? There was a lot of ingredients. Ganoderma, snow lotus, ginseng, wolfberry, cordyceps, oysters, walnuts, rehania, longjiang. 4 great cultivators with sharp senses like them. They knew what was in it with just a sniff of their nose. Awkward. Extremely awkward. But the ice fairy opposite them did not feel anything. It was natural, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. What was there to be surprised about? This was the most stupid period of a woman's life. Before the tea was ready, Huanzhen spoke first because they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. They really did not know how to remain calm in such an atmosphere. "Junior sister, it's like this. Recently, you have not come to the main hall to preside over the affairs of the hall. There are some things that you might not be clear about. Saint Defoe's yin virtue has been lost. The universe is filled with figures searching for the fragments of the great path. It's a mess. Now that the epoch is about to change, the great Tao is gone, and the competition is getting more and more intense. There are signs of people not caring about anything. No one follows the rules anymore, and there are more cases of people seizing things by force. Xia Bingji poured tea for her senior brothers and listened quietly. She was not completely ignorant of these things. She had heard a little about it, but among the young spirit Zhenjuan of Huangting Taoism, she was famous for not caring about the truth. Even though she knew about it, it was not something that she needed to do anything about. Huanzhen's expression turned serious. The collapse of the three virtues this time was due to some luck in Juxian airspace. It was probably because we had been working hard on the word virtue for a long time that we attracted a lot of fragments. This is especially true for my Golden Court sect. During the battle for fragments in outer space, we relied on our geographical advantage to obtain 6 or 7 fragments. This is also my Golden Court sect's reward. However, a half-immortal who came from afar found nothing in Juxian airspace. Relying on his strength, he spread the word that he wanted the people of Juxian to give up some fragments. The reason he relied on was the so-called boundary limit, especially for my Huangting Taoism. This matter is very difficult to deal with properly. The half-immortal group in Juxian is limited, and most of them have gone to the land of the Yellow Dragon. What Huanzhen said was a miniature version of the actual predicament of the main world. It happened everywhere, and it was not only in Juxian. However, it was usually targeted at some small and medium-sized worlds. This time, he dared to threaten a big world like Juxian. It seemed that he was forced to do something desperate because the new epoch was imminent. The heart plate had been banned on the surface for a long time. However, in the world of cultivation, this kind of forced buying and selling had never ceased. Now, there was a new development in the heart plate technology. Under the premise that the cultivator who obtained the fragment could not be killed, this provided a way for this kind of transaction to be theoretically free of karma. Recently, it had become very popular in the world of cultivation in the universe. To put it simply, I'm not robbing or killing, I'm negotiating with you. If you give up the fragments of the heart plate, I'll give you a lot of compensation. However, how much of this was voluntary and how much of it was forced? Only God knew. The half-immortal's reasons were very good. Anyway, Supremes like you can't make it in time for the new epoch to establish your Tao. Anyway, you have to slowly grind after the new epoch. So why not give the precious fragments to the people who need them the most? The half-immortals who are facing the threshold of establishing their Tao. This was the reason why they targeted the upper realm of Juxian and the Huangting Taoism, who was the biggest collector of fragments this time. How should they deal with it? It was really troublesome. Of course, it couldn't become a universal war, but if there were some half-immortals outside your world, how should you cultivate in the future? Don't go out. How could Xia Bingji have a good solution for this kind of thing? She was just a sun spirit. In the current environment, the inner and outer realm were completely open, and the half-immortals came down in groups. Her sun spirit had long lost the ability to decide the situation like before. She really didn't know what good solution she could come up with. This was just an excuse to cover up another matter. Therefore, he explained, our idea is to see how many Juxian half-immortals can come back. Then, we can gather more sun spirits from the world and choose a day to talk to these guests from outer space. With this kind of strength, even if we can't reach an agreement, we won't suffer a big loss. It's just that this time, the Huangting Taoism obtained the most fragments among the Juxian sects, so we have to send more people. Junior sister, what do you think? Before he could finish speaking, a faint, strange sound came from the other side of the tile-roofed house. Was someone snoring? The old Taoists were even more embarrassed. They really couldn't imagine what kind of rude person would be able to lie on the couch, grind his teeth, chew his lips, and snore unscrupulously in the presence of guests. However, they were also guests here, and it was not good to ask the other guests to come out and meet them. Moreover, this snoring person might be half the owner. Xia Bingji smiled slightly. How could she not know the purpose of these senior brothers' visit? Whether it was on the surface or the hidden meaning behind it, she knew what was going on as soon as these old fogies came. However, that guy only knew how to make trouble, as if he hadn't grown up yet. Therefore, Defy said seriously, I understand what senior brother means. You want to gather a few more sun spirits to help out. I'm duty-bound. But in fact, there's no need to be so complicated. If you make a big fuss, it will seem that I, Juzian, am making a fuss over a small issue. There's no need for so many people. In a few days, I'll be going to Heaven's Choice with my husband. Why don't we take this opportunity to solve this matter? Chapter 23:45. Husband. This woman had already called him that. In the cultivation world, it was nothing new for male and female cultivators to practice dual cultivation. Many couples who practiced dual cultivation for many years ended up dying without any illness. This was the norm. Therefore, calling him husband was actually a very formal title. Shia Bingji's Defy status made the old fogies even more embarrassed. They didn't even bother to ask why the two of them could solve this matter. Instead, they focused on the husband. Huanjun laughed awkwardly. Junior sister, you're too polite. How could you not say anything about such a big happy event? I wonder which family's talent could win junior sister's favor. It's really a blessing accumulated for countless generations. It's just that there will be countless people in Juzian who will be disappointed. Shia Bingji smiled slightly and didn't deliberately hide it. In fact, both of them didn't care about others and lived their lives behind closed doors. Why would they do it for others to see? The reason why we didn't make a big fuss and didn't tell the sect was because of our old relationship from thousands of years ago. Now that we've brought it up, we won't disturb everyone's cultivation. Husband has a strange temper and is too close to Huang Ting. I'm just afraid that we can't bear the burden. So, we can save those worldly etiquettes. Senior brothers, it's good that you know. It's not good to spread it around. I don't like it either. The old young gods felt their hearts burning. They wanted to stand up and bow to the roof, but they didn't want to lose their composure too much. Their butts couldn't sit still, so they had to stand up and drink tea. These old monsters who had been in charge of the sect for thousands of years had more or less heard about Shia Bingji's matter. But this matter couldn't be confirmed because the main person couldn't be found and the other kept his mouth shut. It was an unsolved case. In the past 2,000 years, as that person's reputation in the universe grew bigger and bigger, he was no longer a person who could be tied down by a sect or a domain. He was a real hero who could destroy stars and destroy realms when he raised his flag. In the process, he seemed to have hinted at this junior sister a few times. Even if they couldn't reconcile, they were husband and wife for a day, 100 days of grace. In this chaotic cultivation world, having such a thigh to rely on was an incomparable source of confidence. But even if this junior sister didn't spit it out, there was nothing he could do about it. In fact, the real purpose of their visit this time was that they were afraid that she had a new lover and angered her old one. If that person went crazy, who could withstand it? The worst thing was that if such a day really came, the other 9 families in Juzian would not stand on Huang Ting's side. They would definitely support that person. What would Huang Ting do then? Compared to the heart plate, they were actually more concerned about the danger of the dumb insect. Therefore, it wasn't that they didn't know the severity of the matter, but it was precisely because they knew the severity of the matter that they were extremely worried that their junior sister would be muddle-headed for a moment. Of course, it was all good now, they didn't have to worry about anything. With that person's appearance, not to mention a dozen half-immortals, even if more came, it would only take a single word from him. Huanjun laughed foolishly. Hey, that's great, that's great. Clothes are not as good as new, people are not as good as old. The friendship of youth was still the most precious. Junior sister, if that's the case, then there's really no point in having more people go. Since Bailey Sai doesn't want to be too ostentatious, and I, Huang Ting, am not a fox who uses the tiger's might to intimidate others, I will accept your kindness this time. I'll arrange it now and set a time. Junior sister, Do you have any requests? Xia Bingji smiled. We don't have any requests. Originally, we wanted to get up after a few days. It's not something urgent, just arrange it, senior brother. The few old Taoists were old and experienced. They knew that the gathering of these two people this time was the fire that started a prairie fire. So they shouldn't stay for long. They raised their hands to say goodbye, and Xia Bingji sent them off politely. When they reached the entrance of the valley, Daoist Huanzhen couldn't help but hand over a jade slip. Junior sister, I know that you're proficient in the Tao of pills, but there are some things that you don't know too much about. Like the snow lotus, how can it be stewed with the spiritual beast meat? It's a waste of the spiritual beast. I have some recipes here, they're all the good recipes that they've collected and verified. Don't worry about the ingredients, I'll send someone to send them over later, I promise. The so-called nourishment was just a joke. Foundation establishment cultivators didn't need to worry about it, let alone the top level of mortal cultivation, half-immortals. However, life needed to be adjusted. Half-immortals and young spirits had almost no need for the outside world. They could spend their whole lives in the Tao realm without any problem. They could sit in the immortals' cave until the end of time, and they could sleep in the clouds for 1,000 years. If that was the case, why would they need to find a partner? It was for the comfort of the soul. It was two different concepts on the material level. However, these two concepts complemented each other. For example, through some small details in life that were originally unnecessary, such as eating, sleeping, and thinking, one could complete the resonance and harmony on the spiritual level. In the end, one would be able to find happiness, and also bring happiness to others. Just like a pot of flower, it needed to be watered, fertilized, and ventilated. You had to do your best to manage it so that it could bloom brightly and smell fragrant. The relationship between cultivators was also like this. There was no intense and unforgettable feeling, but there was more meaning in helping each other, little by little in daily life. So Lu Xiaoyi asked for nourishment. So Xia Bingji stewed it in a big pot. So she really did provide some recipes. In fact, she was trying her best to act. Life was a play. If you acted seriously, others would believe it, and you would also believe it. Acting was deceiving people. It was also a kind act, and the role was integrated. There was only one purpose, to get the comfort of the soul, to soften one's heart, and to turn oneself into a stone as late as possible. It was too naive to talk about love at this time. Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't believe it, and Xia Bingji wouldn't believe it either. However, Lu Xiaoyi felt that Xia Bingji was a good partner to walk together with. Xia Bingji also thought so, and the result was the current situation. Deliberate? Artificial? Maybe. But if they could continue to help each other like this, it would be unforgettable. It was like time had left a mark on a person. It wouldn't be done overnight, but slowly. As long as it was long enough, it would leave a mark that couldn't be erased. Cultivators were different from mortals. A mortal's life was less than 100 years. In fact, it was tailor-made by God for how long the feelings of a living creature like human beings could last. It just happened that they were stuck. Without feelings, they were about to die. But cultivators were different. Their excessively long lives required another way, a way of management. Every successful cultivator had his or her own way of managing the mind and soul. If they couldn't do it, they would suffer from qi deviation. Between people, there was also a need for management. A little bit of truth, a little bit of coincidence, a common request, and an unchanging persistence. This was the concept of love for cultivators. Of course, for Lu Xiaoyi, it might be a little more of a physiological reaction. Chapter 2346. Why did you make such a thing? Lu Xiaoyi, will you die if you don't cause trouble? Xia Bingji looked at the carriage that Lu Xiaoyi had prepared for her and was very speechless. It was an extremely luxurious carriage. Saying that it was a carriage was not accurate. It was basically a room, a spacious space equipped with all the living facilities that one could imagine. Because this carriage was embedded with a space array, when one really walked in, it was several times bigger than it looked from the outside. What made Xia Bingji speechless was that the 9 dragon horses that were pulling the carriage looked like donkeys. It was an essence spirit beast. She did not know where this guy got it from. With his temperament, it was impossible for him to refine it himself. It must be a spoil of war. Sitting on someone else's treasure, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled, "I didn't steal it. It was also not stained with blood. It was given by a half-immortal friend. How could I give something unclean to my wife?" Lu Xiaoyi lied to her and carried her into the carriage. Think about it yourself. There are a lot of half-immortals and a lot of idle people. With your temperament, would you be willing to show your face in public like this? Even if you are willing, I am not. Actually, I don't want to be so bored as to pretend to be a wolf with a big tail. So, it is better to show off and let them be confused. I will persuade them a few more words. This way, everyone will have face, we will be quiet and they will not lose face. The idle people will not have anything to gossip about. They will only be guessing where this carriage came from. What kind of background does it have? Could it be that an immortal has descended to the mortal world? In the end, when the matter is solved, we will not be involved in those messy gossip. Xia Bingji snorted. However, she was satisfied with his explanation. She was indeed someone who did not want to show her face in public. Especially in this kind of situation, it would attract countless rumors. It was not good for her, Lu Xiaoyi, and Huangting Taoism. As long as the problem was solved, nothing else mattered. She didn't need fame, and neither did Lu Xiaoyi. Thus, the 9 donkeys pulled the enormous carriage and sped through the void at lightning speed. Their speed was average, but their momentum was truly magnificent. As the driver, Lu Xiaoyi covered his face and openly became her escort. Xia Bingji sat in the carriage, feeling uncomfortable all over. She liked nature and hated exaggeration. "Little Yi, once this matter is settled, I won't sit in this troublesome carriage again and act like a nouveau riche." Lu Xiaoyi swung his whip and laughed. "If you don't want to sit, then don't sit. I have countless treasures like this. I'll try them one by one later and see which one you like." Actually, I feel that the rest of the treasured carriage doesn't matter, but the couch isn't bad, right? It's sturdy enough and has many functions. It can be used in all kinds of shapes. Xia Bingji had never been to the Heaven's Choice continent. Due to the change of era, the question of whether the Heaven's Choice continent would still exist was raised. Thus, when Lu Xiaoyi suggested that they go there to play, the woman gladly agreed. Just like whether a man was willing to attend a dinner party was more important because he had friends who he could talk to about everything, whether a woman was willing to travel or not was not because of where to travel, but who to travel with. If it was with someone close to her, then there was no woman in this world who would be willing to stay at home for the rest of her life. The Heaven's Choice continent was the only human cultivation base in the negative space. If the positive and negative space really merged after the change of era, then its collapse was inevitable. In the main world, there was a limit to the size of celestial bodies. It was impossible for such a huge freak like the Heaven's Choice continent to exist. Thus, this might be the last time she would see it. As a high-level cultivator, this was a memory worth recalling. The treasure donkey fragrant carriage began to approach a certain space region. This was a small galaxy that had been abandoned for a long time. A few planets revolved around a star that was gradually dimming. It was slowly entering the final stage of the celestial body's life. For some unknown reason, the fragments of the 3 virtues were gathered in this place. This allowed the Golden Hall realm cultivators who happened to be searching this place to pick up a huge bargain. The specific reason was unknown, but the half-immortals who arrived afterwards were somewhat envious. The land of the Yellow Dragon was in the midst of establishing a Tao. Increasing one's Tao ability became the most important thing for the half-immortal sect. Although it was a bit rushed to snatch the fragments now, it was still possible. In the future, it would become more and more rushed. If they didn't make preparations early, the hope of establishing a Tao would become more and more uncertain. This was a common understanding. More than 10 half-immortals gathered in this desolate galaxy not far from Juzian, waiting for the people of Juzian to make their choice. One couldn't blame them for being arrogant. Strength was one of the reasons, but the more important reason was that Juzian had always had a weak character. If the same situation was changed to a fifth-ring cultivator, they definitely wouldn't dare to be so unbridled. Even if there wasn't a big bug like Lu Xiaoyi, a fifth-ring cultivator had always dared to fight. His experience of being the core of the universe's Great War made others wary of taking action. This was a kind of psychological confrontation. If you were weak, then I would be stronger. Thus, they would gain the upper hand in this tug-of-war. Actually, to put it bluntly, they were just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. There were also some idlers from the nearby small and medium-sized realms who stayed here. There were even cultivators from Juzian. There were more than 10 of them. They didn't have to worry about what the half-immortals would do to them. They weren't on the same level, so they didn't pose any threat to these cultivators who had established a Dao. They stayed here just to see a joke. Maybe, they could even take advantage of it. According to the news, the Huangting Taoism would send people to negotiate in the next few days, which was very unexpected. In their imagination, based on the usual character of the cultivators from Juzian, they would definitely wait for the half-immortals from Juzian to come over, together with a large number of young gods from Juzian's own realm. Only then would they be able to come over to negotiate. This would take some time. Now, the Huangting Taoism was acting independently, which was completely out of their inherent style. They didn't know what would happen, so they just watched. Now, the cultivation world was really getting more and more chaotic. Not only did the half-immortals not have the bearing of a half-immortal, but even immortals occasionally came down to make trouble. There were no rules under the control of the young god in the cultivation world of the main world, which made people feel completely uncertain about the direction of the matter. Just as they were looking forward to it, an imposing donkey carriage appeared in the sky. It rolled over and didn't hide its intentions at all. The 9-headed dragon horse. Well, it was a little deformed, and its size seemed to have shrunk a little, but its momentum was still there. Its veins were bulging, its eyes were like torches, and its hooves were like fire. Behind it was a huge and luxurious carriage. This kind of object didn't conform to the aesthetic standards of the main world. It seemed a little too ostentatious. However, among the dozen or so half-immortals, there were also insightful people who whispered to each other. Don't these dragon horses look like the legendary yin horses of the immortal court? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.